Looks like microphone might be disconnected. Is that better? So, yes, I was just saying hello. I don't know why it does that sometimes. It just completely disconnects, but thankfully I've caught it quite early. But yeah, hello. We have got a big show, hopefully, because this is the last non-go-home show. And so we are hopefully going to get something juicy tonight. Obviously, since we came off that European tour, and even when we were in London, we were seeing the shows improve. I think the European tour was a little bit flat. London was better that final weekend, and the shows have improved since we've come off that European tour. But, you know, even so, this has not been a build to kind of write home about. So I understand there's still frustration that's out there. I understand there's people that are hoping for something more out of this build. We're really getting to the point where it's got to be this weekend. I really don't think we can go into next week's SmackDown expecting too much, because next week's SmackDown is the go-home show, and that is just going to be the final touches. It's going to be video packages. It's going to be final promos. It's going to be matches that didn't quite make the Mania card, but it's not going to be those big OMG moments, because, you know, WrestleMania video packages will be done by that point. Like, the stuff they're going to be showing us at WrestleMania, a lot of that's going to be compiled. So they're not going to do, like, final big moments. So, really, it's tonight. It's Monday. We do have John Cena put in the final touches to his feud with Cody next week. We could get some good promo out of that. But, and their advantage is their match is obviously Sunday. So I don't expect much. I think it's just going to be finishing touches next week. So tonight to Monday is what we're looking at. So Cody Rhodes is going to be on the show talking about the road to WrestleMania. Rey Fenix is going to be taking on Berto. And we've also got Damian Priest coming face-to-face with Drew McIntyre. I really feel like that feud needs that segment. I really feel like that feud needs an injection, needs something. I think the windshield moment was really good, but that feud still feels like it's lacking and that it needs a little something. So, yeah, hopefully we get a big segment there that really kind of gets people fired up for that match. So, a little bit of work to be done, a little bit of work needed, so that we can get on this road to WrestleMania and get a little more hyped. But let's jump over into the chat and see where the conversation is at and see kind of what's on people's minds. Carla, hello. Shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a good day. Liam said WrestleMania 9 is on Sunday. It is. Yes, I saw. So WrestleMania 9, Sunday night. I'm actually out on Sunday. I should still be able to get back and do that. I really hope that I can get back and do that. That is not a show that I want to be missing. But I am actually out on Sunday. I'm going to go to a toy fair here in the UK. I'm going to see if I can get a toy hunt recorded. So I'm out in the day. So I just need to try and squeeze some sleep in somewhere. As long as I can fit some sleep in somewhere, then yes, we can absolutely do WrestleMania 9 on Sunday. I will be kind of heartbroken if we don't. So it's penciled in. Let's put it that way. It's penciled in that we are going to do that on Sunday. I only saw it a couple of hours ago. It was on my YouTube feed of the stream had been set up. So yeah, very exciting. I love WrestleMania 9. I genuinely do, but I do understand why people don't like it. Like, I do understand. So, yeah, I am penciling that one in. Curtis said, evening. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing good. I'm doing good because finally we've got a weekend where we've got a big show. I have missed a big show past couple of weeks. There's been no boxing. There's been no wrestling. The UFC shows have been pretty small, pretty low-key. Tomorrow is actually a big UFC show, so I'm really looking forward to that. So I'm quite excited that we've got SmackDown tonight. I'm quite excited that we've got UFC tomorrow. I'm quite excited that we've penciled in WrestleMania 9, my very first WrestleMania that I ever saw, for Sunday. I'm excited that this is the last kind of big weekend before WrestleMania. I'm excited that I'm going to do a toy hunt on Sunday. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's coming up this weekend. It's a busy, busy weekend. And next week is WrestleMania week. We've got the Hall of Fame. We're going to get a glimpse at WWE Worlds. That footage will come out. I mean, people that are going will share footage online. We should get some good kind of walk-through glimpses. There's lots of wrestling content creators that are going to go, and they're going to document it all. And I can't wait to see what WWE World looks like this year, because I'd imagine it'll be largely the same as last year, but like Mattel are going to be showing off new figures. Obviously, there's going to be lots of interesting interviews that they'll do on that stage. We'll get the Slammy results, NXT Stand and Deliver. We've got the WWE ID stuff that's happening. We're going to crown ID. I think we're crowning champions. I'm not sure. Maybe we're just starting that process. Perhaps we won't actually put the belts on anyone yet, but that whole tournament to figure out who's going to be the WWE ID champions, that's going to be starting as well. So there is just so much that's going on at the moment. Really, there is a lot of really exciting stuff for us to get our teeth into. So, yeah, let's get into the chat. I know I've waffled a little bit, but you know me. Once I get onto a topic, it's hard for me to find a way out. Talking about what we've got coming up over the next week, 2 weeks. I mean, even the Raw after WrestleMania, I'm going to keep everything crossed, is going to be juicy this year. We all want that to be good. So, fingers crossed. Bora, what's on your mind?
Days. They didn't mention this on the Smackdown review, but there is also a gauntlet match to determine the number one contenders for the Women's Tag Team Championship.
Yep.
Who do you think win that match?
Very true, well remembered. And that is very important. I wonder why they left it off the preview. I think that it will be Bayley and Lyra. I've actually already recorded my WrestleMania predictions. I didn't want to put it up today because obviously people were at work and they were at school, and I was a bit worried that it might get lost in the shuffle because there may be some big dramatic stuff that happens on SmackDown. And I didn't want that video to get lost because obviously you only do one WrestleMania predictions video. So it's a big video, right? So it's actually ready to premiere. So you can watch it as it airs live on the channel tomorrow. Well, not live, but it's pre-recorded and it will premiere, right? So you can actually jump in the chat, share your thoughts as the video plays for the first time. That is not something that I ever tend to do. Because to be honest, whenever I finish a video, it's normally quite late at night, like an unseen. So I just upload it and that's it, right? But with this, I can obviously pick a time for it to air. I've chosen for 1 o'clock because in America, Eastern time, I think that works out to be about 8 in the morning, which maybe is a little bit early. Maybe I'll delay it a touch, but maybe I'll push it back an hour, but I don't know. The later I get, the more it's going to have to compete with, obviously, Wrestle Talk's predictions and Cultaholics predictions. And I suppose when you're up against channels of that size, you need to get it out earlier, really. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll move it. I might just leave it where it is. I made sure that the people on the East Coast stood a chance of being awake. And even if they're not awake for the live thing, it'll be up for when you are awake. In the UK, 1 p.m., just after lunchtime, sounds about right. So, yeah, I've got that drop in. The reason why I'm saying that is because I've already had to talk about this match in that video. It's already recorded and it's ready to be shown tomorrow. So, in that video, I say I think Bayley and Lyra are going to win today because I can't see them leaving Bayley off WrestleMania. And if Bayley doesn't win tonight, I don't know if she turns on Lyra or there's any issue there. Maybe we do Bayley Lyra at WrestleMania because what we saw the other day was so good. Perhaps Bayley Lyra, but they're both faces. They've just had a match. It's hard to see how we get to a rematch unless one turns, and I don't expect either to turn. So I'm not expecting there to be a rematch. We know the winners will face Liv and Raquel. Lyra is the Intercontinental Champion. Bayley is Bayley. It's really hard to see them not winning. It's really hard to see those two not going to WrestleMania. So in the video, I don't spend too long on the match because obviously I don't know what the match is at the time of recording it, but that is who I've gone with. So if it goes a different way, then that part of the video, which isn't very long, will obviously be a little bit out. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed, actually, that it is Bayley and Lyra. But, yeah, I'm struggling to see Alexa and Nikki getting involved tonight. I think that if we are to get them, probably stands a bit of a better chance for them making an appearance at WrestleMania. You know, it could be that someone wins, they start getting beaten down, lights go out, boom. You know, there they are. So something along those lines, I think, feels a little bit more realistic than them finding their way into this gauntlet match tonight. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, with WWE, you never know. Hannah?
WWE. Days. A massive SD tonight, as I feel this might be it. Mm-hmm. This will be the one to start the season for WM, as it will give you lots of talking points. Mm-hmm. Also, the WM9 doc is out now for USA, and it is so good.
Yeah, I've not seen it. It's out. I am hoping that I can find a bit of time. I mean, I've already done the WrestleMania predictions video, so I don't need to worry about that tonight. As soon as we're done with SmackDown, I will do Unseen. I will do the SmackDown review. And then I need to just dig into a bit more research for UFC. I've got a lot of research done the other day, but I need to do a bit more. So that is then next on my job list. And really at that point, I'm going to then look at how long have I got? What time is it? Once all that's done, if there's any way to squeeze in a WrestleMania 9 documentary, I will try and find a way of squeezing it in. But if not, it's going to have to wait until... I don't know, to be honest, because my Sunday is really busy as well. It's going to be a bit tricky to find a way of squeezing it in, but I'll find a way. I really want to watch that documentary. I'm so excited for it, so I'll find a way.
Connor Rigby. Days. You see any of these 7 new Randy Orton WrestleMania opponents: Shinsuke Nakamura, Karrion Kross, Miles Bourne, Aleister Black, Nick Aldis, Sheamus. Rusev, do you agree on any of those 7 days?
I think Nakamura has got a chance. I think there would be a little bit of underwhelming if you did it as a mystery person. You'd have to announce it in advance. You'd have to have Nakamura attacking Randy, and then you do Randy Nakamura at WrestleMania, right? I am much more excited by the mystery opponent thing. I think that adds some intrigue. I think it adds a bit of mystery. I think that it adds something that's kind of missing from WrestleMania. It's that mystery aspect of, like, who's it going to be? And you can speculate about it. I suppose there's a bit of speculation around what's Paul going to do, and a bit of speculation around, could we get Stone Cold or will The Rock be there? You're always going to have that around the main events. But moving more into the mid-card, I'm not sure that there's quite as much mystery and speculation. So to actually have a mystery opponent, I think would be awesome. I think could be really fun, and there's lots of great options. Nakamura, I don't think would be well received as a mystery opponent. So if you went that way, and you could, you'd have to set that up in advance. Karrion Kross, I feel the exact same about. I don't think it would work as a mystery opponent. I like both of those, but they're both quite cold. They're both great talents, but they just have not been used very well. And as a result, to the average casual fan, it's just a bit flat, isn't it? It's just going to be something that if you want to go that way, you'll have to set it up in advance. Miles Bourne, no way. Aleister Black, I think, could be that mystery person. Be a hell of a way to bring someone back to the company. Obviously, very reminiscent of what we did with Cody against Seth. The only difference is Cody, a big star outside of WWE. Aleister Black, Malachi Black, not so much. Not the same level. But I would say big enough whereby you could bring him back in that position. Nick Aldis, I don't expect. Nick Aldis, you could actually make him a mystery opponent because people know him because of him being a GM. There would be a lot of confusion, though, because I don't know that the casual fan knows Nick Aldis as a wrestler. I mean, really, the views for NWA were very, very, very low. Very low. I mean, we used to do like 100,000, something like that, 100 and something thousand. I mean, Nick Aldis, he's a great wrestler. I really like him, but I think he would agree that the majority of fans don't know him as a wrestler. They know him as a GM. He could work as a mystery, though, because it would be like, oh my God, he's going to wrestle. Not the direction I would go. Sheamus, you could have as the mystery person because Sheamus, everyone knows him. He's a former world champion. His stock is quite high. He is quite cold at the moment, though, but it is still Sheamus. I think he falls into that legend bracket because of everything that he's achieved and how long he's been with the company. I think he does kind of fall into that legend bracket, a bona fide Hall of Famer. No doubt about that in my mind. Sheamus goes in the Hall of Fame one day. So you could probably get away with him being a mystery person. And Miro, of course, you could get away with him being a mystery person. I think Miro, as long as he can wrestle, might stand a good chance, you know. Might stand a good chance of being Miro. Because Miro is someone we haven't started kind of pushing and promoting yet. We have done that with Aleister Black. He's meant to be starting on the 25th of April, and the vignettes kind of show that. So I think they already have a plan for Aleister Black, but we haven't done anything with Miro. As long as Miro's not injured and he is contractually able to wrestle, I feel like that is a really good option. Because people will hopefully remember him as Rusev from a few years ago. And some people may have seen him as Miro in AEW. He is returning. We can make him out to be a big deal, which is great. That's how we want him to be presented. You don't want people coming in and not feeling like a big deal. You want them to feel like a big deal. And this could be a great place to bring him in. The other name that Fadeaway Media mentioned that was in yesterday's Unseen, which really got me thinking, I'd not thought about it before, was Jeff Hardy. I think Jeff Hardy is a brilliant shout. Jeff Hardy is a legend. Can you imagine a mystery opponent at WrestleMania and Jeff Hardy's music hits and Jeff Hardy comes down, maybe with Matt by his sides, and we got Matt on the outside of the ring cheering on Jeff in the ring. We do Jeff Randy. I mean, Jeff can take the L. There's no problem with Jeff taking a loss. You know, he's a last-minute replacement, stepped up. We got hopefully that match would bang. I mean, if that match could even just slightly bang, it would be such a heartwarming, feel-good moment to have the Hardys back and Jeff back at WrestleMania. That would be really, really cool. So I look at that as like an interesting option. Goldberg is always an option. I know people won't be crazy about it, but he is a big name, and we haven't seen him in a long time. This is meant to be his final farewell, and he is retiring this year. He is back in training. Needs must. If we do go down the mystery road and we need a mystery person, Goldberg is a legend, does fit that bracket. I know there's not much goodwill around Goldberg, but it does kind of tick the boxes that are needed to be ticked. It is a big moment. Oh my God, Goldberg. We're going to watch a Goldberg match in 2025 against Randy Orton. It has got that big feel, you know. Compare the names I've just mentioned to like a Shinsuke or a Carrion. Those don't quite hit the same. But if it is Carrion, I would still love it. And if it's Shinsuke, I would still love it because I still love them as wrestlers. It's just, this is WrestleMania. This isn't a B show. This is WrestleMania. If we're going to do a mystery thing, and I think we should, you got to go big or go home. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on it. I don't know if we're going to find out in advance. That kind of conversation we just had is a very similar conversation to the one that's in the predictions video. So, yeah. Connor, chat out to you.
The Mayor Pete will send footage from Mania Week. Also going to Raw on Monday.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I would love to see just kind of what's happening and a bit of the buzz and all that stuff, you know. I think stuff that happens, wrestling stuff that happens away from the shows is obviously going to be of interest. The only thing I would say is that I would imagine there's quite a few in our community that are going to be going, so there may be footage that I get sent that gets doubled up, you know. So I can't guarantee that everything's going to make it in, but my eyes are going to be peeled for, you know, any kind of juicy good stuff that people I think would like to see. That's obviously always hard. I mean, I don't know if people follow the Days community account on X, but really, I've changed my approach to Unseen. My approach to Unseen in the past was trying to find a reason not to include something. So I would put most things in, and I would try to think about why shouldn't this go in. But that resulted in the videos pushing like 50 minutes, nearly an hour. I've changed my approach now, which is most things don't go in. I try to find a reason to put them in. I literally have flipped it. So it's kind of harder to get into Unseen is the point I'm saying. It's harder to get in. I am leaving stuff out that previously would have made it, but that's because I'm trying to make it a bit tighter. You know, it's already 35 minutes. Knocking on the door the other day was 42. But we have got it down from more being like 55. In the past, I would add stuff and be like, doesn't really matter. It'll only take me 30 seconds to go through that. So I'll just put it in. It doesn't really matter. But those 30 seconds really add up, you know. 30 seconds here, 30 seconds there, 30 seconds here, 2-minute video there, blah, 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 blah. Before you know it, it's an extra 10, 15 minutes. So I'm being a bit more strict. Maybe I will loosen that for WrestleMania week and not be as strict. So you may end up getting longer unseens. The only thing is, I would imagine you're going to get longer unseens anyway, just naturally, because there's just going to be so much happening. I just can't see it being a case where, you know, unseens are going to be like 20 minutes. That just ain't happening, is it? That just ain't happening this week. I would imagine unseens are going to be knocking on the hour door each day. So they're going to be big. They're going to be juicy. They're going to be full of lots of stuff. Send stuff over. But, yeah. Hopefully people don't get too disappointed if they don't make it into those videos. Most things I get sent like 20 odd times. So, you know, like today, Clash at Paris, I got tagged in that probably about 20, 30 times. So someone's made it. It was just the first one that I saw, and that's it really. That's all the thought that goes into it. So yeah, send stuff over. I would love to see it, but just be aware there might be others send in similar stuff, and you know, I don't want to have people disappointed and whatnot. Okay, Hasib, let's go over to Hasib.
Hasib Hassan. Days, do you think this Mania card is lacking that kind of dream match? You could say Cena Cody, but is that really a dream match? I'm talking like Punk Roman 1-on-1 Gunther, Punk Jacob Seth example.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Cody Cena, I think you're right, could be seen as a dream match. I think in order for it to make sense, we kind of turned Cena face, Cena heel. We did say that we needed a monster heel up there, and WWE have agreed, and you know, we've ended up turning Cena. I don't know how many people had heel Cena against face Cody as their dream match. I don't know how many people kind of had that listed. Maybe they had Cena Cody. that would not have been a dream match for me, and certainly not seen her as a heel in 2025. People know that I've never been crazy about the heel turn. I was shocked by it. There is a difference between being shocked by something and actually liking something, you know? Like, my reaction to it was one of genuine shock because I genuinely did not think they were going to do that. And then my head is trying to figure out, is this good? How do we feel about this? Like, so in the moment, yes, I'm shocked. Yes, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. But it's not something that I was calling for before, and I have not changed my tune after. And having watched promos and segments, I don't feel any different about it either. I wouldn't have done it. I still wouldn't have done it. It's just not something that I am madly in love with, right? But it's definitely been the biggest thing we've had this WrestleMania season. I mean, without it, Jesus, could you imagine if John hadn't turned heel? I don't even know. I mean, what would we have been left with? We would have been left with Drew going through a windscreen. We would have been left with bickering to do with the women's tag belt on Raw. And we would have been left with Charlotte and Tiffany going off scripts. And that's about it. So, you know, I don't want to be too critical about easily the biggest thing that's happened in the build to this WrestleMania. But because I'm not crazy about it, I can't say it's a dream match for me, right? And really, outside of that, that's it. I mean, Io against Rhea against Bianca is not a dream match. Seth versus Punk versus... these multi-man matches are too cluttered. I'm not a multi-man person, as people know, right? I'm not into the multi-person matches, multi-man matches. Don't mind ladder matches. They're fun. Money in the bank. Sign me up for that. But I always find with a triple threat or a fatal four-way, I can always find a singles match I would rather. So I do agree. If this was Roman versus Seth, you know, and there was a stipulation on the line, I would take that. That would be great. Shield brothers going up against each other. I mean, a dream match to me is Roman versus Seth. Maybe Moxley in there as well. Now, that's a triple threat I can get on board with. I mean, that makes perfect sense. Because there was 3 in the Shield, you put all 3 in a triple threat match. That's a multi. If you want to do multi-person matches, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for. That's the kind of thing that's a dream match for me. A dream match is a match that I think you have to have thought about in advance. It's something that you should have been hoping for and wanting. And I really don't know how many people in their minds put Seth, Roman, and Punk together and were actively hoping that we were going to get that as a match. You know, maybe you were hoping for Punk versus Seth. Maybe you were hoping for Seth versus Roman. Maybe you were hoping for Punk versus Roman. Could you imagine Punk versus Roman? Imagine that, Punk versus Roman, Heyman caught in between the two. Like, that to me is better. So I do agree. There is a place for multi-person matches. I feel like we've gone a bit OTT with them. I feel like Rhea Bianca is a dream match. I don't think we need Io involved. I know there's Io fans out there. She's a great talent, but Bianca and Rhea is a match I've been hoping to see on the main roster for a long time. Actually, it goes back to them being the final 2 at a Royal Rumble. Like, I want to say 2021. I want to say the year that Bianca went to face Sasha. We actually had Rhea and Bianca as the final 2 in the Rumble. And I remember it being such a big moment and it being like, yeah, this is what the final 2 should be. This is the current female equivalent to Hogan Warrior. The current female equivalent to Hogan Warrior at that time was Bianca and Rhea. And we got down to those 2 and it was like, let's go. And I remember them just lunging at each other and it being... you know, the kind of, it had that energy, it had that vibe. It was very much like this is the match, and we kicked the can down the road. We didn't do it, And it felt like this was going to be the year, and the rumor was this was going to be the year. And then Io somehow found a way of getting in. And I know she's got her fans. I'm really not down on Io. I really do like her. But sorry, if you're going to ask me what would I would rather Bianca Rhea one-on-one. Io just hasn't quite reached that dream match status for me. I think maybe because she has not long come out of Damage Control. And so as a result, she's, won a title, had a run, but she's still got lots to achieve. Whereas, I've been watching Rhea and Bianca for main roster, 5 years? 5 years for them? Io's not even at 3 years yet. Didn't she debut at SummerSlam 2022? And in that time was doing a lot of kind of faction work. So in my mind, it's still quite early for Io. I just sort of feel like she should sit this one out. I feel like we should be getting Rhea Bianca instead. That would be a dream match. Punk versus Roman, that would be a dream match. John Cena, Cody, I don't hate it, but I would rather it be heel Randy against Cody. That would be a dream match. To see them two, I know there's a history between Cody and Cena, but I think the history between Randy and Cody was more visible because of legacy. So, and it's just Sod's Law that Randy's got nothing to do. Isn't it? It's Sod's Law that Randy's kind of kicking his heels right now without an opponent. And we could have maybe found a way of getting him into that main event. I know people will say, yeah, but John's got to get 17 and all that stuff. I don't want him to win it as a heel. I don't want him. It's going to be a massive achievement. He will be the person that's won more world championships than anyone else. I don't really want him to do it as a heel. So, yeah, I agree. I think there has been criticism of the card. I'm trying to not be too down on it. What we're talking about is we're talking about ideal, perfect cards. We're talking about if you could choose anything, what would you choose? I think what we've got is fine. What we've got is acceptable. What we've got is something that we can be excited for and looking forward for, right? It's not a disaster, right? Let's make it clear. But is it the card I would have chosen? No. And if you're being very honest with yourself, is it the card you would have chosen as well? Maybe some would say yes. Maybe some would say yes. But I think quite a few would say no, to be honest. Cool, Maga.
85. Randy wouldn't get in the ring with Goldberg. I truly believe he would refuse. Too fragile for his style.
Maybe. I mean, Goldberg wouldn't be my pick. I really like the Jeff Hardy shouts. And that, as I said, is in the prediction video tomorrow. Carla.
Did anyone notice Gunther did not seem as confident when he was getting talked to in the ring? I never seen him this unsure of himself.
Yeah, I think like it was a good promo by Jey, because I think he showed something that had been missing. Gunther sees Jey as the clown, and what he was faced with on Monday was not a clown. It was someone that had a fire burning. It was someone that was really focused. It was someone that was not yeeting. It was someone that was showing a real change in his persona. And I think Gunther picked up on that and saw something that he had not seen before. And I think realized that he may have made a bit of a mistake. I think it's really interesting, actually, because if Gunther had faced Jey that yeeted and all that, I can do it and all this, but then secretly behind the scenes doubting that he could, I wonder if Gunther would have won that match. I wonder if that's the Jey Gunther has beaten. I wonder if that's the Jey that would have lost again. I wonder if Gunther has just effed himself by battering Jimmy. Really, not needed. He didn't need to do that, but he did it. And actually what's happened now is that it's changed Jey's mindset. That self-doubt has gone. And do you know what? As a little story goes, because I'm guessing Jey will win, as a little story goes, I don't mind that. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I think it's sometimes stories can be overcomplicated. This is a very simple story of someone that's faced the champ a few times and lost. Someone that was acting, like a clown, yeeting away and all that stuff. Someone now that's a lot more focused and has found that fire, and the self-doubter's gone. And so what does this version of Jey achieve at WrestleMania? We're all expecting him to win. I don't really mind that as a little story. I think it's fine. As builds go, I think it's fine. Is it a bit fairy tale? Could it be turned into a Disney movie? Maybe. But I think Jey really caters to the kids. I know there's adults that like Jey as well. I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm just saying that I think the kind of colourful shirts that he wears, colourful glasses that he wears, the yeeting, the hand gestures, I think the kids are going to be way more into, that than they are into a Gunther or a Kevin Owens, right? I think, he's kind of got that kind of colourful persona, charismatic, coming through the crowds, yeeting with kids as he makes his way down to the ring. So I sort of feel like the story kind of fits his character, overcoming the odds, and it's fine. I don't hate it. I don't hate Jey. I know there's people that wish someone else had won the Rumble, and I hear it. I get it. But I think he is getting great numbers on merch. He is getting great views. He is one of the most played characters in the video game. I think the numbers all say this is the direction that we should go as a company. This is the guy we should invest in. And they're doing that. And I can't really blame them for doing that. So, yeah. I still want Gunther to win, though. I'm still a Gunther stan.
Adamson. Days, do you think Jacob wins the Beltmania and has a long run of terror, helping build prestige back up for the US title after recent bad reigns?
I'm just going to completely ruin my prediction video, but I've actually gone LA Knight. And the reason why I've gone LA Knight is because Jacob's a minus 700 favorite. So basically, he's got an 80-odd% chance that he's going to win. The counterpoint that I make, and I make this during the Wrestling Escape pod as well, is that Jacob is teasing a feud with Solo. And we've been building that feud with Solo. The thing is, we don't know when that's going to erupt. We don't know when that's going to blow. Does it blow at WrestleMania? Or does Jacob get the belt first and then it just erupts later in the year? It could be Jacob has a little run with the belt and maybe loses at SummerSlam, and that's when he turns on Solo. But I don't know about you, but I am kind of in agreement with people when they say that not everything has to take ages. I mean, if you think about how long it took to get Damian out of Judgment Day, if you think about how long this Dominic-Finn kind of rivalry has been going for, if you think about how long they were kind of teasing the New Day turning heel, if you think about how long it's taken to split up A-Town Down Under when they've had their differences, if you think about how long it takes to do certain things, it does take a long time. It is like we have X amount of ideas and we sort of stretch them out so that we can eat up as much TV time as possible. And I don't really want this Jacob Solo thing to be stretched out. I don't really want this Jacob Solo thing to go all the way to SummerSlam. I would much rather we get it done now. Let's pull a few triggers. Let's get moving on a few things rather than everything being so stretched out. I sort of feel like we might have suffered from that during WrestleMania season. I feel like we've had lots of ideas during WrestleMania season. It's just we've stretched them out rather than getting things done and moving on to something else. We've kind of stretched everything out. And it probably works well for creative because they don't have to come up with as much, do they? They don't have to create as much. You just keep teasing the same thing week after week after week. And I think that is the big problem the current WWE product has got, is that it does keep teasing a lot of similar things. and you're just really waiting for them to happen. Good things come to those that wait, and I do agree that there is a balance. It shouldn't be that you just do everything straight away, but we've had a good few weeks now, / months, of teasing issues between Jacob and Solo. In fact, you could say that their relationship changed on that Netflix premiere back in early January, because that's when he lost his Ulafala, Solo. And really, that was the moment that Jacob stopped acknowledging him. So that means that this has been over 3 months already. And I'm not crazy about stretching it any further. So for me, I think I like the idea of Solo costing Jacob, and boom, LA Knight can continue on his reign, and hopefully, I agree, go on and have a better run than it's been so far. I know he only recently got the belt back, but it's not been brilliant. Even the last run wasn't brilliant, and it's been a while since we had a brilliant United States Championship run. I would actually be down with an LA Knight Open challenge, something like that each week. Get some matches in, get some good quality matches in. That might help bring prestige back. But yeah, Jacob Solo, and that does not need to be for the United States title. We don't need the title on Jacob, but I would probably do that as the SummerSlam match. If I was booking Jacob Solo SummerSlam, Jacob Solo SummerSlam, I might even have done it at WrestleMania. So we've already delayed it. I think a lot of people thought it would be Jacob Solo at WrestleMania. It is not. We've kicked the can down the road. So maybe we kick it to SummerSlam. So I've actually gone big on that one, and I'm like, I mean, look, could Jacob win? Absolutely, of course he could. I know he could. You know he could. He's minus 700 favorite. He's got an 89% chance of winning. Of course he could win. He's favorite to win. But that's why, because I've just got that little, oh man, they've really been teasing this Solo thing. There's enough there for me to make an argument as to why Jacob might not win. So I think in the video, I'm like, I'm going to go LA Knight because I can brag about it if it does go that way. Because it seems like a lot of people are looking at Jacob winning. And if I go the other way, I can be smug about it. So that's why I've gone there. But I'm fully prepared for Jacob to actually get the victory. But I do agree with you. We do need a better run. Lord Sheograph said, EO Bianca was good. Add in Rhea Hogan, not so much. So Lord Sheograph would have enjoyed EO against Bianca instead. Lord Sheograph said, I'd never start a feud because my hula hoop. Grow up Solo. Lord Sheograph, hope you're doing well, my friends. I don't feel like I've heard from Lord Sheograph in a little while, so nice to see you around, buds. William Hensey, let's go. Let's see what William's saying. Normally this works out very well. Let's go, King.
William Hensey.
Let's go, King.
Member. As a wrestling fan, as a simple man of low moral fiber, I truly believe, with my heart of hearts, we should get to see Tiffany Stratton completely naked.
We should see Tiffany Stratton completely naked. I've not heard naked before. I'm here for naked. Shout out to you, William. Opala.
Opilas Travels.
Opala.
So Days thoughts on Alexa Bliss on tonight's show. I think she is done, and that she only returned for a brief moment for us fans. I hope that isn't the case, and that she's at Mania. Your thoughts?
I don't think she's done. I mean, she's got a word on the street is she's got a new contract, so I don't think she's done. People do get to this they're done quite quickly, actually. I've seen that about the Wyatt Six. It's like, why would the Wyatt Six be done? Why do people think they're done? I don't get the feeling that they're done. I don't know. Perhaps like people being released has kind of spooked a few people or something, but I have no worries about the Wyatt Six. It's just when they're going to get started again. I have no worries about Alexa. It's just when she's going to get started again. Will it be pre-Mania, at Mania, post-Mania? I don't know. But I don't fear that she's on any kind of chopping block. Same with the Wyatt Six. In regards to will she be at Mania? Well, there was doubt that got introduced when we saw that list last Friday, because had there been a mystery team in this gauntlet today, I think I would have felt a bit more confident that, well, Alexa could be that with Nikki, right? But there's no vacancy in the lineup. The only way is if someone's going to get attacked and replaced, which we've seen many times before, and absolutely could happen. But I don't know. I sort of feel like if you put Alexa and Nikki in the gauntlet, people are going to rightfully ask, how did they get together? And then they're going to win. They're going to go to WrestleMania. We're going to have to answer that question next week, aren't we? How they got together, which is fine. But I sort of feel like it would be more impactful if they reveal that they are together at WrestleMania. I actually prefer that. I prefer them not wrestling, and actually their moment, their WrestleMania moment, is going to be lights go out after the tag match, lights come back on, and they are together in the ring, Alexa and Nikki. That, to Wyatt Six fans, would be a real OMG moment. That would be a real, what? How has this happened? And then, of course, you explore that after WrestleMania. And I think the impact of it, the presentation of it, is really good. It's really striking. It's really like, oh my God, this has happened now. It's boom. Do you know what I mean? Like, I like that. I like that a lot better than them just, being together for a gauntlet match, qualifying, having a match, and us having to put pieces together. Like, I don't like that as much. Even though it's largely the same thing, I think the presentation of them being lights out, lights on, they're together at WrestleMania, massive crowd reaction of, oh my God, the Wyatt Six are back. Alexa has joined them. What does this mean for the future? That impact all in one moment is a lot more satisfying than putting them in a gauntlet match, having them trying to qualify. I mean, they're having to try and qualify through a gauntlet match to get to WrestleMania. I don't know that that's the right vibe for the Wyatt Six. Where's Nikki going? Oh, she's joining up with Alexa to try and qualify for WrestleMania. Like, this is a group that gives no Fs, that massacres people. Like, I think the impact of bringing them back at the show is, in my opinion, better presentation. So I would be much more inclined to go that way. So yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not stressed. I'm not worried. I know there's frustration out there. I know people wanted them back before this. I know people want them at WrestleMania. We may not even get what I just said. And if we don't, disappointing. WrestleMania would have come and gone, and they won't have been on the show. I can't say anything other than disappointing, but it will only mean that I expect to see them then after WrestleMania, and that I expect us to get going with some sort of story. I know that Triple H, because he said this in interviews, he books in like 3-month chunks. So he will book January through to the end of March. This year, undoubtedly, that's gone into mid-March because of WrestleMania being more mid-March. So he will have booked basically the start of the year to WrestleMania. They will have sat down and fleshed everything out, right? Then he will have booked post-WrestleMania to SummerSlam, and he will have fleshed that out as well. So going from like April through to the end of July, right? He will have fleshed that out. So that would have been done as well, post-Mania. So it's kind of 3.5 months kind of a deal, right? And then I'm sure he does basically SummerSlam through to the end of the year and kind of flesh that out as well. December historically is a pretty dead month. You don't really need to worry about it so much. It's just getting through December. Sometimes we even do best of shows in the past. We haven't done those the past few years, but that's what we've done in the past. So December is a bit of a throwaway. This show will be good because it'll be seen as last match. But the point I'm making is the Wyatt Six have not featured in this first booking segment, and that may be due to uncertainty around Alexa's return at the start, and more importantly, Bo's injury. And I think then add the European tour, add the fact Triple H is spinning a billion plates at the same time, and you can very easily figure out why they're not part of the plans. I don't have any reasons as to why they're not going to be part of the next chunk. There's no excuse I can give you as to why they won't feature post-WrestleMania, and that's why I'm still hopeful. Is that hope misplaced? Maybe. We'll find out. Mr. Ethan, shout out to you, bud. Let's see what Mr. Ethan is saying.
R&R Ethan Southampton till I die. Member. Days my girlfriend for our 5-year anniversary for me and her brother Mania tickets. Happy 5-year anniversary for me.
Wow. You've picked a good one there, bud. Well done. There's many bad ones, but you found a good one. So I hope you have a great time, my friends. I hope you have a great time. Feel free to ping pictures over. The community folder awaits.
Hannah W.E. Days. What is your excitement level for Mania? I feel the addition of Raiders versus New Day has made this show feel not like Mania, but a B+ Super show. What made things go wrong? Has Hunter lost it a bit?
Excitement level, probably about a 8, 7.75, 8. WrestleMania is still WrestleMania. I would be 9, 9.5 if the card was stronger. There's a lot of matches that I will be watching that I won't personally feel that I massively care which direction they go. Like, to me, I'm not bothered if Naomi wins or if Jade Cargill wins. I'm not really rooting for a side. I suppose in a way I'd rather Naomi if I was forced to choose. But I expect Jade to win, and I really won't mind. I sort of feel that way about LA Knight Jacob. Like, I don't know what I would like, actually. I see if Jacob wins, why we've done it. And I see if LA Knight wins, why we've done it. Because I'm guessing Jacob goes into a program with Solo. And so, yeah, I'm just struggling to find the matches that I'm really rooting for someone. I will be rooting for Cody. I know that a lot of people might be the other way. But I'll be rooting for Cody. Really, that's driven by the fact that, for me, you know what I'm going to say, I don't love the idea of Cena winning 17 as a heel. I think it's such a big moment. I would much rather that happens with him being a face and we can celebrate it, rather than him winning it and getting mixed reaction. I mean, you're going to have Cena fans there. But, I mean, we've been hearing FU Cena chants. You know, they've been working as hard as they can to get Cena hated. But you're never going to turn everyone to hate him. But, you know, I sort of feel that these recent years have been the years he's been the most popular. The dueling chants have not really shown themselves so much since the pandemic, because I think everyone realized that Cena was pretty much done. So for Cena to come out, it's just, he's a legend. There's no real reason to hate him. He's been putting people over. He's not been, you know, putting himself over. He said he hasn't won a singles match in like 2,000 odd days. And so I think people recognize that really he is giving back by putting Austin Theory over, or putting Roman Reigns over, or, you know, just coming back and putting people over. And he's a legend. People grew up watching him. He's harmless. It's John Cena, you know. And I think this year, what with it being his farewell, I genuinely think the wrestling fans were like, I would like to see him get 17. Give him 17 before he goes. Let's break that records and give him 17. Let him retire. Thank you, John. And it's so crazy, isn't it, that now we finally have kind of got on top of the dueling chants. Finally, we get to a point where genuinely I wasn't hearing them. I'd have to go back and listen. Perhaps there was some people that still hated him, but it really had kind of flipped a bit. Now is when we turn him in. It's kind of poetic in a way that we kind of get more people on board than ever, and this is when we finally turn him heel. Perhaps all those people that hated Cena in the past, if you'd shown a bit more love Maybe he would have turned heel ages ago. Yeah, it's your fault. So I will be rooting for Cody on that one. I don't really mind who wins out of Punk, Seth, Roman. I don't really mind. I like them all. I suppose Punk, because it's his first main event, if I got to pick a side. But if Roman wins, I won't cry about it. If Seth wins, I won't cry about it, because I'm guessing that sets up something big for him. And he did a lot last year and took a lot of L's. You know, he lost Mania Night 1. He lost his world championship. Flipping hobbled to the ring to try and help Cody. Had to be helped to the back after suffering an injury. I mean, the guy really did. He put in a shift last year and took a lot of L's last year. Got a lot of exposure, but took a lot of L's. So for him to now get a dub this year, I won't hate that. I'm still bubbling. I'm still excited. It's still WrestleMania. But yeah, things could have been a little better. I feel the addition of New Raiders New Day has made the show feel like it's not Mania, but like a B+ super show. What made things go wrong is Hunter lost it a bit. No, I don't think he's lost it a bit. I just think that this year is just that way, to be honest. I don't think this is a B+ super. No way. It don't feel like that to me. This is still WrestleMania. This is still WWE World Hall of Fame, all of that kind of stuff. 2 nights, Allegiant Stadium, all like major championships being defended, Rumble winners getting their title shots, heel John Cena having a match for the first time. This is WrestleMania. This is still WrestleMania. Lisa
Brown. Yeet God, he's good and been in the business many years, but Mania is a major WWE pull, and there's talent that's been with WWE a long time that should get those spots.
I'm not sure who we're referring to with that, but Lisa, thank you for your thoughts.
Nick the Train Guy. Aaron, according to legend, when Alistair was in the UK, there were rumors that he was a devil worshipper, so the dark character supports his real-life beliefs.
Nick the Train Guy, shout out to you. Aaron
Hanrahan. Days, would you like Malaki to continue the Dark Father character or something new?
I don't mind him continuing the dark character, yeah. I don't think we need something new. I think he's always been that way. Down in NXT and everything, he had that kind of, rising up. They had him on like some plank or something that would raise him up, and so he would actually raise up like that during his entrance. And his music was sick, man. His entrance music was so good. Really enjoyed it. I said before, I used to listen to it when I used to travel. Just on a train, I would have it like playing. So yeah, I've got a lot of time for Aleister Black. I think that sort of darkness, I suppose you could say that we've got it with Carrion and we've got it with the Wyatts, and there's a few other places that it shows itself, but I think there's still room for it. I think there's still room for someone. I would probably put him on a different brand to Carrion, though. They do run the risk of getting a little similar, but I would keep going with that. I don't think changing for something else would massively work for him.
Reaper 1784. Compared to the last year to this year, I'm going to give it an F. The build-up has been dog crap.
Yeah, that is the general consensus. People really not feeling the build. We're not shying away from criticizing it. I mean, obviously, we love WWE and, we're here to kind of cheerlead it. But I don't think it ain't going to work if we sit here and go, no, come on, guys, it's been really good. No, God, come on, what you on about? Come on. No, these are my dream matches. Like, come on, we got to be honest. We got to be honest with what we see, and I think it's fallen a little bit short, to be honest. And I think that's the general consensus out there. And you know what? It's okay. That happens. It's happened before. It'll happen again. We all want better. We've all got our dreams and what we would like to see. But I think for me, 775, 8 for my excitement level. It's still WrestleMania. And it's still going to provide moments, talking points. It's still going to be, a great show. Hopefully they've got a surprise or two up their sleeve. I'm sure there'll be some swerves. I'm sure there'll be plenty that we can do videos about, conversations about. So, yeah, I mean, 2 days as well. There's so much stuff. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm still on board.
All Game 17. Hey, Days, I love your content.
Yeah, All Gamer 17, shout out to you, buds. I really appreciate the kind words.
Opilas Travels. Thoughts on the hate Charlotte Flair is getting from toxic fans that are making memes about her personal life, bullying her and mocking her for her plastic surgeries and for having 3 divorces.
Yeah, I've spoke out about it on X. I've got a lot of thoughts, actually. I think there's a couple of things that have happened. I think one of them is people honestly don't really think when they see those things. I think there is still, believe it or not, like a bit of distance between the fans and the wrestlers. I'm probably guilty of it as well, where I can comment about a wrestler and not think that there's a chance they could see that comment. Like even now, think of all the stuff I say on streams. I have no idea if any wrestlers have ever joined us. I know that Nick Aldis has joined us when we did NWA streams. I know that Thunder Rosa has joined us when we did NWA streams. I don't think, to my knowledge, I'm ever aware of any WWE wrestlers joining us, but, those Raw superstars don't work on a Friday. So could one of them at some point have jumped in? Is that a shocking thing to think about? Probably not. It's probably not that shocking a thing to think may have happened. When we do our Raw streams, could a SmackDown star have jumped in? Maybe. Genuinely, I don't know. I really don't know. So the point I'm making is that even I have that, where I don't really think I'm ever speaking to a wrestler. I always think I'm chatting to fans that have their own opinions, and we discuss those opinions, and we challenge those opinions, and we explore theories, and that's what we do, right? And I think that there's people that put stuff up, and I'd like to think they put stuff up and don't think the wrestler is going to see them, and they maybe regard it as a bit of banter or something like that. But the truth is that wrestlers, I think, see a lot more than we know they do. We know there's wrestlers that have got burner accounts as well. So they've got accounts not under their real names. Actually, Sean Ross Sapp said one of those burner accounts puts out regular content on social media and has got like 40,000 followers, and it has nothing to do connected to who the person actually is. And so that has got people trying to figure out who is this account, who is putting out memes and, engaging with the IWC under a fake name that has got like 40-odd thousand followers. It is crazy to think about how much they actually see, how close they actually are. And I think even myself, I don't really take that into consideration. So maybe some things get said that would be said down a pub, that would be said in private, that would be said away from the wrestlers. You don't think they'll see, but they do see. And, then of course it can obviously make you look like a tool, right? I mean, I think the person that created that meme about, how Charlotte goes away, gets injured, has a divorce, gets plastic surgery, comes back, gets injured, has a divorce, plastic surgery. I mean, I don't think that's funny. I think that's like an attack on her personally. It's nothing to do with her promos. It's nothing to do with her in-ring work. It's, you're starting to kind of have a go at her face, her looks. You're starting to attack her more personally, and not in a way that feels like she could be in on the joke, right? Not in a way that feels that if she was to see this, she would be okay with this, or I think she would be okay with this. I'm trying to pick my words carefully because I may be guilty of this at times. I don't know. I really try to not be, but you know, I don't know. I've been, you know, I may have made these mistakes in the past. So it's difficult. I can't think of anything in particular, by the way, but I'm just saying that maybe we can all be a bit guilty of doing that, right? Maybe we can all be a bit guilty of stepping out of line at times. I don't know that it's true that it's just certain people that are trolls and the rest of us are angels. I think the truth is that we all have the ability to step out of line at times. And I think that if that happens, I think the person should probably be told, I think this is out of line. I certainly don't think those messages should be praised. And I've got to say, I was really disappointed to see that that message was included in a Wrestlemania video. I wasn't aware that it had been, but I actually, you know, looked at that meme and saw some of the comments that were being made, and someone had attached the Wrestlemania video. And I think the title to that video is Charlotte Gets Cooked. And I was really disappointed to see that they were holding this up as some sort of funny meme that deserves being praised, that, like, laugh at this, look, Charlotte's got cooked. Charlotte actually responded to that meme by saying cute. How about I have a go about your looks now? It's very clear that Charlotte did not find this funny. It's very clear that Charlotte did not find any humor in this. So for an account as big as Wrestlemania that's got, what, 2 million subscribers, for them to include it in one of their videos, the title of the video to be Charlotte Gets Cooked, for them to kind of hold that up as something that, I don't know, what we're meant to laugh at and find entertaining, I'm stunned by it, honestly. I've never had an issue with Wrestlemania. I don't watch the channel, but I've never had an issue with them. And I was genuinely shocked to see that they had done that. And again, I don't want to throw rocks. I have no idea if I've ever stepped out of line in the past. All I'm going to say is I'm shocked they went with that approach. I think it was out of order. I don't think they should have done that. I think they were out of line for that. And that's as far as I'll go with that. Because, as I said, I don't want to throw too many stones. But I think it's really disappointing. I think that it should be called out. I think it should be reported. And I think it's something that... for me, the test is, if the wrestler was to see it, would they find it funny? Would they be in on the joke? And here, where Charlotte has seen it and has clearly not found it funny, surely the next thing that follows is an apology from the original person. Surely the next thing that follows is the person that posted it going, I'm sorry, I thought that you'd be entertained by this, or I thought maybe it was too far, right? That's what I would expect the response to be. That's not what the response was. The person responded by saying, at least I've got my original looks or something like this, right? Digging in further. And I put a post up saying, I think some people need to decide, are you a wrestling fan or are you a troll? Like, what is it what standard do you hold yourself to? If you want to come back from work and engage in that kind of stuff, that's fine. There's going to be people that are going to do that. That's absolutely fine. If that's the path you want to choose to go, that's absolutely fine. I don't want anything to do with you. I don't want to be around those kinds of people. They don't bring anything positive or anything of value to the wrestling community. You are choosing to be a troll. If you want to engage in that stuff and you thought it was just funny and, you know, you didn't realize it was hurtful, I don't feel any ill will towards those people. I got tagged in that meme. People tagged me in. I don't know if they tagged me in thinking I'd include it in Unseen, but they tagged me in it. And so I don't know if those people were appalled by it or if they found it entertaining. Sometimes you see stuff and you don't think, you know, you don't stop and think, you just see it and you just share it. But I don't know, I got it. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, nah. The hate that Charlotte is getting now, and it's not even about Charlotte, really. It's just this is about Charlotte. But people are getting too comfortable with hating Charlotte online and crossing a line and thinking that it's okay because it's Charlotte. It's all right if we hate on Charlotte. Everyone hates Charlotte. So it's all right if I go that little bit further. And that's Not cool, man. That's not cool. That's really not cool. Like, people would speak out real quick if that same meme had been made about EO, or if that same meme had been made about Bianca. People would be really quick to speak out about it, but because it's Charlotte, for some reason, it's okay. So, yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I think it just shows the level of toxicity that you can find on social media. I think the fact that Charlotte clearly didn't like it and no one seemed to support her. I mean, I didn't read all the comments, you know, but if you do have a look, of course, you know, it's trolls are us, innit? Out they come. Do you know what I mean? Pile on. Wrestling fans get sucked into that. I think real wrestling fans get sucked into that. So, I'm not here to really lecture anyone. I'm just here to let you know how I feel about it. And as I said, got to be careful when throwing stones. I may have made comments on streams, you know, videos that people think I've stepped out of line on. So I'm not going to paint these people as being horrific and all that kind of stuff. I just think that at times bad choices can be made, and bad choices can be made by anyone at any time. And it's as simple as that. But I think hopefully the standard of being a wrestling fan and the standard of what it is to be a wrestling fan and be an active member in the wrestling community, hopefully that standard can be raised. And hopefully we can find, you know, a way of still criticizing wrestlers, because people should have their opinions. I mean, I push back against that Kylie Ray comment when she was like, some of you are too comfortable criticizing wrestlers. And it's like, I think what she was trying to say is what I've just said, but I think it kind of came out wrong. I think you should be able to have your opinions about wrestling. You should be able to talk about ring gear. You should be able to talk about promos. You should be able to talk about matches. You should be able to do all of these things. But there's clearly going to be a line where you then kind of slip into hate and you slip into attacking people more personally, you know? And so, honestly, if you feel that way, it's probably better to just not speak about that person, yeah? It's probably better to just kind of leave that topic. So, yeah, no, not a fan. That's about as much detail as I can provide on it, but I'm very conscious about not throwing stones, or at least not throwing stones too much, because I'm not perfect. No one's perfect. I just think sometimes bad decisions can be made. And that's that. James said, I've sent you some news about Kevin Owens. Let's have a look about Kevin Owens. Is it this? I think I've been tagged in it a couple of times about the he's out. Is it this one, James? Fightful. Breaking. Kevin Owens not expected to return throughout 2025. He may even miss WrestleMania 42. Sean Ross Sapp said, it's worth noting that's not an official timeline. It's just people are assuming that in the company. The article was updated to reflect that. Okay, so people are assuming that that is going to be the timeline. So that is interesting news, but looking at what Sean has said about it, it doesn't look like that is like anything official. I'm just looking because there's a comment here blaming Cody, but actually Kevin said in the interview it happened in a regular match. It wasn't a hardcore spot. It happened in a regular match. Well, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if he's maybe just covering and protecting Cody. But, yeah, there is a belief that that was in a regular match, or at least that's what he has said. So, interesting. Yeah, I found your message now, James. Okay. Ellis Dub. So what Ellis Dub's saying.
Member. There's constructively criticizing wrestlers wrestling. Then there's plain tearing down human beings and bullying them, which should never be met with a blind eye.
Yeah, I agree. not a subject I want to stick on too long because, again, we're all capable of bad decisions, and I would not be shocked to find that people in this community, in my eyes, may have made some bad decisions, and maybe in other people's eyes may have made bad decisions. Just like I'm trying to be honest in saying there may be stuff that I've made bad decisions about. Genuinely, I cannot think of anything that is coming to my mind, but I am capable of making bad decisions just like everyone else, right? And so I just think that there just needs to be a degree of care that's made when it comes to certain messages, you know? Perhaps like the tribalism stuff has kind of fueled it as well, because I think a lot of hate and bile and comments like that have kind of been commonplace when it's come to the WWE AEW kind of war, if you will. That's resulted in a lot of comments that, maybe people wouldn't normally send. They just want to run down the other company, or someone's running down WWE, so you're going to stand up for them, you know? You're going to fire back. And, of course, escalation. You find yourself saying stuff and getting in situations that maybe you never intended to set out with. And maybe some of that has kind of now opened the floodgates a little more for that kind of commentary, that kind of language, those kind of messages to now find their way being sent to wrestlers. But I think wrestlers have had this kind of stuff for a long time as well. There is also a sad truth that if you are a wrestler, you do need to have a degree of thick skin, because I think there is a lot of this that goes on a regular basis. I think sometimes, most of the time, wrestlers don't respond to it. And so, it doesn't really get highlighted. This is a meme that seemed to really get a lot of traction, and as a result get shared around a lot. And I saw that Charlotte had even responded to it. So she had seen it and had responded to it. And this is coming off the back of Jordynne Grace getting hate for her botched suicide dive, which we actually spoke about the other day in Unseen. And that led to the message that Kylie Ray had sent. So there's those two incidents that I'm aware of, and there's going to be thousands more, but those are the two that have happened within the space of a couple of days that has resulted in something, negative to be put out there, personally attacking. And I just think that that's something that, as wrestling fans, we need to figure out, really. We need to figure out at what point do we cross that line? At what point does a message cross that line? And look, it's each to their own, innit? There's not much more we can say. Damian Little, appreciate the support, my friend. Frankie said, I'm only capable of bad decisions. I know that feeling, bud. I know that feeling. Yes. Everyone makes them. I've made bad decisions in my life. I know that. I've made mistakes, things that you wish that you could take back and change and whatnot. That is just part of life, to be honest. The other thing as well, and again, we are going to round up this conversation because it's not a very fun one, but you've got to remember that there are a lot of kids on social media. Think of all the kids that have phones at school. So think, sometimes you can fall into a trap of thinking everyone's kind of the same. Everyone's sort of a similar age to you, and everyone has got similar understandings and beliefs of the world as you. And do you know what I mean? You can sort of fall into that trap. Honestly, sometimes, wasn't there a shocking stat that 1 in 5 accounts are actually bots? You interact with more bots than you're aware of on social media. There are so many bots on social media. That was a big thing that Elon was coming in to try and deal with, right? And I'm, no crazy fan of Elon, but he looked into it, and this is the numbers that he was saying, right? That there is, you wouldn't believe how many accounts there are that are just bots and are fake and whatever. And they are literally just programmed to just put out regular content and whatnot. So you're dealing with that. You're dealing with a large degree of kids, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, You know, even like flipping 15-year-olds, you know, still haven't figured it out, you know. 15-year-old me should not be on social media. You know, imagine the stuff you'd be tweeting out at the age of 15. Imagine what you'd be tweeting at the age of 16. And so, you know, you look at it that way as well and go, well, there's probably a large degree of kids that just don't know better and are going to regret some of this stuff in the future. There's probably a load of bots that are on there that's just God knows what they're doing. And then as well as that, you do have people that have got mental issues as well. Do you know what I mean? If you find yourself siding with that group, if that's a group that you find yourself agreeing with, then try and find some new views, because I would hate to find myself in total agreement all the time with kids, bots, and people that have got mental challenges, you know, severe mental challenges that are, because we've all got some degree of mental health issue, but, you know, there's people out there that really do put very inappropriate stuff, you know. It's kind of like not everyone thinks the same way that you do, acts the same way that you do. I sort of, it's social media in it, and it's social media's flaws. I think in the future, hopefully there's a way we can find a better social media than X and Facebook. There should be a way that you maybe get a bit more of an understanding who you're talking to. And so many fake accounts, parody accounts. End of conversation. Enough said.
Michael Williams.
Michael.
How much longer should we give the Wyatt Six? I feel like they could have done some behind-the-scenes stalking, etc.
They could have, but to be honest with you, if there was no target for them, if there was no one for them to go after, and we could say Judgment Day, but I mean, look at how we're using Judgment Day. They have clearly been put into this Intercontinental program. So I don't know at what point that was decided, but at some point Triple H has got to make the decision, I'm going to do this with Judgment Day. So, you know, if the plan is that they're going to be in the Intercontinental program, then you're not necessarily going to involve the Wyatt Six in that build. You could have involved them and set up their program for after WrestleMania. I don't have really much of a reason as to why we didn't do a little something there. The only thing I would say is what I've said before, and that is I believe it was March that Bo got finally cleared. And so Bo being cleared is obviously great news, but at that point, it could be that Triple H made the call, well, it's too late for WrestleMania. We've already had to start the process of working towards Mania. And so we've got our pieces where we need them to be. So we can't do anything for Mania, but we can certainly deal post-Mania, right? Obviously, we don't know what that's going to be. We don't know what that feud is going to be. But I can sort of make an argument for them not being on the European tour. I can then make an argument that it's too close to WrestleMania to really start anything. I can then make an argument that we can get underway and get stuck into something post-Mania. So how long do we give them? Well, I mean, if we have not had anything 2 weeks after Mania, I will be shocked. And even 2 weeks, I feel, is a bit too long, because if I'm going to be brutally honest, I would expect something the week after Mania. I'm all right with not getting anything before Mania. I've kind of come to terms with the fact that that's not the direction that we're going. So I'm okay with that. But I'm okay with them not being at Mania, because I can understand that they might be saving them for after. But really, if they're not in that week after Mania, then I am really starting to run out of reasons, you know. I'm starting then to struggle to find, well, I don't think anyone's injured. We've got WrestleMania out the way. This is a fresh beginning, so we should be able to have stories lined up for them. There's been enough time to sort that. So really, it should be a case that we then, you know, get going with them. So honestly, the week after Mania, but I could forgive it being the week after that. But if we find ourselves 3 weeks after Mania and we still don't have them, I'm really running out of ideas and thoughts. But I'm still hopeful, honestly. Maybe hopeful to a fault. But I've already seen a lot of people giving up. And for the reasons that I've explained, that's why I can't really find myself in that group. Because I can sort of understand the injury. I can sort of understand the European tour. I can sort of understand that all of that results in it being too close to WrestleMania. I can understand that. And then it's, but there does come a point where it's like, well, it's after Mania now. Where are they? So, Michael, shout out to you. Right. NetForce. See what NetForce is saying.
NetForce Technologies, LLC. Wrestling days, do you feel the whole bloodline thing is done now, since everyone has moved on?
It can always be warmed back up again, but yes. So, obviously, everyone's moved on. I think Jey will get the world title. Jimmy, I don't know what we're going to do with him. Sammy is obviously out at the moment. Roman's doing his own thing. We've still got flickers with Jacob and Solo and Tama. Like, the bloodline story is still alive through them, really. It's still alive through them. But they're obviously coming to blows. But the thing is, we can always bring the OG bloodline back together whenever needed. And, just kind of really pick up where we left off. Avengers Assemble type situation. So, yeah, I think that we have kind of completed that arc. If we do anything now, it would be a new arc. And we just, carry on from there. Opula.
Opulas Travels. I love your take days. You are real and down to earth. I respect that. I just hope Charlotte doesn't break under pressure with the amount of hate. Some people can't take the internet trolls.
Thank you. I'm not looking for that kind of praise. I'm just being honest with what I see. And again, I know that I'm capable of bad decisions. So I'm also trying to not throw shade, because I don't think everyone that's engages with that or finds humor in that is a troll. I just think that for me, that was something that I was not happy about. Didn't sit right with me. I didn't like the look of it. And then to see that Charlotte didn't like it either, that was absolutely line crossed, right? I think the line for me is that you can put something cheeky out, but it's always worth looking at it and going, if the wrestler saw this, would they be okay with it? And then, of course, if it turns out they're not, that for me is when an apology should then be issued. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just thought it was a bit of fun. But I mean, this guy did not do that. He dug his heels in. And so it was extra disappointing to see that people continued to support that thread, right? I do worry a bit for Charlotte, yes. I rightfully or wrongfully think that she has been through a lot in her personal life. I think that she has had 3 divorces. I think when she got with Andrade, there was lots of pictures of them being all loved up and everything. Something's happened whereby that's not worked and she's got a divorce. The thing with plastic surgery as well is that obviously hides an insecurity. People do it because they feel that their looks are potentially slipping and they want to try and get back to the person that they were. I think she's gone through a lot of trauma. I think having plastic surgery is not always. I mean, I don't want to paint everyone in the same brush, right? That wouldn't be fair. But the way I view it is that person has clearly got a confidence issue with how they look. There's clearly an issue there. There's clearly some sort of, mental issue. They're not happy with how they look. And so they have gone to get plastic surgery to try and, make themselves feel more confident. And that's fine. I mean, there's a place in the world for plastic surgery. It can do amazing things. People that, have been in horrific fires and stuff like that. I mean, it's a gift. But the other side of it is that if people feel that their looks are potentially slipping, they then go and get plastic surgery. to try and make themselves feel better and get confidence. So I look at this and all I see is just, honestly, potential heartache and problems and things that I find myself feeling sorry for her about. I know not everyone feels that way. She's got this reputation. She's probably brought it on herself. There's very little sympathy that I think people feel for her, and I get that. I understand that. I think there is a difference, though, with not having sympathy and then what we saw with this meme. I think they're two very different things. If you're in the camp of, I don't care about Charlotte, she's her own worst enemy, I don't rate her as a person, I'm not interested, and you're in that camp, I get it. You're entitled to that opinion. If you're in the camp of, let's create horrific memes and have them go around the internet, and then if Charlotte actually responds to it, we'll fire back. I mean, I think we can see they're two very different camps. This is a wrestling fan that doesn't want anything to do with Charlotte. That's a troll. Or a wrestling fan that's made a very, very bad decision and then another bad decision on top, you know? To me, you ain't in the same camp there, you know? So it's a line, isn't it? A line was crossed, in my opinion, and it's simple as that. Hopefully it dies down, and of course it will, and we all just move on. But I think there is like a bit of a problem there for Charlotte. I also wonder if that showed itself in this feud. I theorized, and I could be wrong, but I theorized the reason why she was going off script with Tiffany is because she is feeling threatened. I think Charlotte feels threatened quite a lot. I think she felt threatened by Becky, and I think that their friendship suffered. And I think she feels a bit threatened by Tiffany. Tiffany is this new, younger, blonde girl that's doing moonsaults that the fans love. If you're Charlotte, I could understand you looking at that and feeling a little bit of, I don't know the word, it's not rage, but a little bit of frustration, a little bit of concern. This girl is young, blonde, attractive. Fans love her. She's doing the moonsault. She's already a champion. She's already going to WrestleMania. Like, are you looking at that thinking, that's my replacement? That's my replacement. And if you are in that situation, would you be professional enough to help put your replacement over? And I look at it that way, to be honest. I don't know that anyone else is looking at it that way. I don't know. I think the general consensus is that Charlotte is a horrific person, and I don't think she has handled this the right way. I'm not making excuses for her. I'm not a Charlotte Flair stan account. But I do try to understand. Maybe she's just a bad person. Maybe. But equally, I could look at it as her looking at Tiffany and thinking, that's my replacement. She's going to take my opportunities. And so was Charlotte, in that sit-down interview, going off script a little bit, right? Jumping in a little bit. It felt like it wasn't scripted the way it was delivered. It felt like Tiffany was kind of trying to hold her own, but Charlotte's kind of, leaning on her. Was that Charlotte just showing her teeth a little bit? Just like, I'm going to fight for this. If you are my replacement, I'm going to fight for this spot, I've fought for everything I've got. I'm going to fight for this. And I think from there, of course, Tiffany learned a lesson, and that's why we end up with the disaster in ring bit. Because in ring, you've got Charlotte, who I think may have shown her teeth again. I mean, reports are Charlotte went off script first. So she may have done the exact same thing. And if she has, it's very hard to have sympathy for her because the chickens came home to roost. You did this. You created this monster. You was the one that made Tiffany feel uncomfortable, made Tiffany feel like she needed to fight. So when Tiffany did fight back, you've only got yourself to blame. So there's no sympathy there on Charlotte when it comes to these segments falling apart. I think she showed her teeth first. But I do like to try and understand why. And maybe some people are just like, it's simple. She's a bad person. And maybe it is that. Or maybe she feels a bit threatened and has not handled this the right way. So I think it's a very interesting feuds. I think the match is going to be, really, people are going to want to see if it falls apart. It's going to have a lot of interest. It's actually a match I'm low-key really excited for. It has added to the builds. I am low-key pleased that it went this way. And I said that in Unseen, they actually had what the original promo was going to be, right? And they had what the original promo was going to be, and it was rubbish. We spoke about it in Unseen. It was rubbish. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see their match at WrestleMania. People saying about an attack. Charlotte attacks Tiffany and then asks WWE directors, "Where do you guys want me?" I mean, that'll be scripted. So, looks like we've got a little bit of action already underway with Charlotte. I wonder if we can get that on screen. Let's have a little look. Charlotte attacks Tiffany and then asks the directors, "Where do you want me?" Bit small, isn't it? That is the problem, actually, when videos get quote tweeted. If ever a video is quote tweeted, like Ian's done, and Ian, shout out to you, I have added it to the folder. It does make it really small. If you actually click on the video, look how much bigger it gets. Some people might not know this, but when I add a video normally, and I will probably do it with this as well. So Ian, if you are watching, this is why I do it, right? What I tend to do is I will put this video into the folder because it's bigger, but then the original video I will actually put into the thanks folder because I don't want to watch the video that's been quote tweeted because it's too small. That's how it shows. If I use the actual video, it's much bigger. So that's why I've got the thanks folder, really, because any kind of quote tweeted videos I always do that way with Unseen, and that's the reason as to why I do it. Right, where are we? We've got 16 minutes. I have no doubt that that is scripted. That is legit. I don't look at that and think, oh my God, she's gone off the deep end. Oh my God, she's lost her flipping mind. Kyle is actually at the show and has sent a picture over. So I was literally just about to add that to the community folder, but it is not balling. There it is. Lovely. Right, let's get back to the chat. We've got 15 minutes. Okay, we can blast through a few. We can do this. We can do this. Let's see what Lisa says. Let's get a female perspective. Lisa?
Lisa Brown. Member. Days Charlotte has a phobia disorder that she's constantly finding flaws in her outer appearance, and she's always trying to improve her looks. I forget the name of the disorder, but she spoke on it.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that she... Well, I mean, how much do memes like what we've just seen really not help with that kind of thing, you know? Yeah, that's a real shame. That's a real shame. I don't think she's alone, though. I think, unfortunately, certainly with social media and Instagram and everything, there's a lot of young people in general, that have those kinds of issues. As you can tell, I do not. I don't give a flip, right? I think I was really fortunate to kind of be born before the internet and be born before all of those pressures. I think I'm such a boomer now, I just don't feel like I need to even attempt to keep up with other people. Do you know what? I'm ugly, and that's fine, yeah? Like, there's people out there that are ripped, tanned, got beautiful cars, beautiful wives, beautiful houses. I don't have any of those things. And you know what? I'm all right with it. It's fine. I was watching a video the other day, actually. And there's a channel that I think is called Sunny V2 or something, right? And it's all about influencers and their downfalls, right? And I was watching this one, and I just had it on in the background. And there was this one, and there was this guy, I forget his name, but he had like long nails, and he identified as being a femme, right? So he was someone that like really enjoyed being like a male that was straight, but would, be more feminine, right? And but he still like enjoyed hanging around with girls. And apparently this is how he got over. Different things really grab attention on the internet. And so that's kind of how he made his mark and stood out, because, he'd be doing his nails, he'd be doing his hair, but he wasn't gay or anything. He was still straight, and he had like a really attractive partner, and he made loads of money and all this kind of stuff, right? And he would like hold all this money that he was making, and he'd be like going off on his trolls, like, I make more in a day than you do in your life, and he goes and buys cars, buys one for his partner, and it's exactly what we were saying: beautiful partner, beautiful house, beautiful cars, showing off tons of money. And then, you start to find out that he was putting it all on credit cards. You start to find out that that money was all borrowed. You start to find out that actually he's broke, and he gets into a real argument with someone in real life, ends up going to prison for like dangerous driving. Really, like, everything starts to be exposed as being fake. Cars were like borrowed. And it's the story, isn't it? It's just, you can't believe what you see. You just can't believe these influencers. Some people have got money, make no mistake about it, right? Some of them out there have got serious money. There's rich people and rich kids, but there's a lot of influencers that are trying to make out that they're a lot better than they are. There's a lot of people out there trying to make out that look, check my life out, Oh, I can't stand those people. Really, I mean, if you've done well in life, brilliant. I'm really pleased for you, but kind of show it off and try and make others feel like their lives. I think that does more harm than we really understand. I don't think people really understand the damage that does, the pressure that puts on other people. And it's I'm just really grateful that I didn't grow up with those pressures. I'm really grateful that I've got this mindset of I don't give a flip. I don't give a flip what such and such has got. Makes no difference to me. Doesn't affect my life in any way whatsoever. So, yeah, hopefully no one here feels those pressures. I tell you what, if you've got a roof over your head, you got your health, you got some food, you got some, you got a bit of, you've got enough money whereby you can get by, you're doing better than a lot of people out there. And I kind of think that's the way. I've said this before. I'll say it again. We're getting a bit too deep, but there was a study that was done that said that if you have got a car, a mortgage, you've got enough to go on holiday, like once a year, something like that. Nothing extravagant, not like going to a 5-star Dubai, but a break. If you can go on a break and you've got the car, the house, and maybe you could go to a restaurant for a birthday once every few months, something like that, if you can get to that level, which I think is an achievable level, apparently the more you have after that, it's diminishing returns. A nicer car than what you've got does not improve your life drastically. A bigger house than what you've got does not improve your life drastically. Like, more holidays would be nice, of course they would, but it's like most things, like, you start taking them for granted, This is why I think people that have all that stuff feel the need to brag about it, because actually having it doesn't do it for them anymore, Like, they've got to tell others they've got it, and that they get something from that now. So, yeah. I think what we've managed to achieve with this stream is we've all managed to agree just how much social media sucks. For various different reasons. Social media's a dumpster fire. So, there we go. Right. LS Dub said Days acknowledge that philanthropy. F the philanthropy. I'm basically Bernie Sanders. That's me. Right. Charlotte has been attacked in the parking lot, said Mackenzie. Mackenzie, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Joy Maurice. See what Joy Maurice is saying. Joy Maurice.
Good day, everyone. Can't wait for WrestleMania 41 live stream days. We'll be buying many snacks in the next few days.
Joy Maurice, shout out to you. Yes, snacks. Need to get snacks in. I might just get some Haribo or something. I can't see us doing the 9-hour thing. I mean, apparently that's a 3-hour kickoff show and 2-hour post show. WrestleMania itself is, as we thought, 4 hours. They haven't extended it or anything. They've just put garnish around it. So the 2-hour post show, I think that is going to be something that we are probably going to avoid. There's no way really of watching that and getting unseens done and everything. I'd imagine they're probably going to be reaction videos and things along those lines, you know. It's probably going to be reaction, like little post interviews, you know, the kind of stuff you'd get on Raw Talk, that kind of stuff, you know. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on those because there might be some interesting comments that get made. But yeah, kind of as soon as WrestleMania's done, I think we'll call it quits there. But to be honest with you, I mean, we always look to start a couple of hours before the kickoff show. So 2 hours before, 3-hour kickoff show, that takes us to 5 hours. 4-hour main show. I mean, we will actually end up still doing a 9-hour stream, even if we don't stay for the 2 hours after. So I am a little worried about my voice, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be all right. So, yeah, Joy Maurice, shout out to you, my friend. George, shout out to you. That is insane. And everything I just said about money is irrelevant because money's really important. And George has recognized that. And actually, you should all take a lesson out of George's book. Yeah. George, is that a mistake? Because that is actually mental. That is actually insane. And I need you to know that if that is genuine, scrap everything I've said. I'm buying a car. I'm buying a house. I'm going to get a pretty girlfriend. I'm going to be waving money around, rubbing it in your faces. Like, check this out, losers. Yeah. I'll get one of them guns. You know, that's got Supreme written on the side, making it rain. Like that. I can easily be bought. I mean, that is very true. I can very easily be bought. So scrap everything I've said. It's all just nonsense. Money's super important. Like that. No, George, how old are you, George? Just out of interest, buds. How are you, mate? How old are you, buds? George, I got a question. How do we feel about Bluey? Is it our favourite TV show? If the answer comes back as yes, then we've got some serious problems. We've got some issues that we might need to try and figure out how we resolve them. Guys, keep an eye out for George. He better have not gone to bed. George, if you've been told it's bedtime, I'm in big trouble. Let's read what George had to say, by the way. Because it would be rude if we didn't. Okay, here's George.
George Marshall Jr. I love Bluey. He is the bestest. I can't wait for school tomorrow. I was on the Wrestling Day stream. Yay.
Oh my God. Oh my God. George, are you there? George, are you there, bud? George, are you around? Call in George Marshall. Oh, God, and it's got Junior in the name as well. Oh, God. I mean, you can get old juniors. Was Martin Luther King Jr. a junior? Don't worry about it. Where's George gone? George, I will sit here for the next 3 hours just going, George. George, please. George. By the way, the comment actually didn't say that. I just wrote that. This is what George actually said. George said.
George Marshall Jr. Every athlete ages out. The cope is strong for Charlotte.
I mean, that sounds like the kind of thing that someone that's not at school would say, you know? My concern is, though, that George maybe meant $4 and has now passed out. That is actually my concern. Rey Mysterio Jr. is a bit old, said Akeem. That is true, actually. That is true. George, wake up, George. George, are you there? George. Hi, George. Where's George? Oh, my God. I don't know what's going on. Do you reckon George is actually Charlotte? Do you remember when we said about how wrestlers could join us? Do you think that this is Charlotte Flair's burner account and she's like, do you know what? Thank you for, not going in and actually, like, George, are you Charlotte Flair? George. Where is George? I don't know. Literally, I've never seen George here before. George. Oh my God. I'm going to be reported to some authorities or something. Oh no. And I've not even really done anything wrong. Dad Stuff said, I think George meant 4,000. Yeah, George. You missed a no off. George, what's this? George, I'm joking, by the way. Yeah. Charlotte, if that is you, yeah, I still think you was wrong. I still think, like, do you know what I mean? You probably did step out of line, but I'm just saying, yeah. I get it. I understand. Yeah, being in that position, a youngster coming through. You've been away for a year. Crowd on your back. I mean, before she even came back, people were hating on her. That hatred's been around for a while, so I get it. I understand. Just saying. Ian said, you're going to be on a list. Oh, no, mate. Oh, no. I think I'm already on one anyway. Ellis Stubbs said, this is like an episode of The Twilight Zone. Where did he go? I'm telling you, it's actually Charlotte, and she's now gone to do the show. That's what's happened. And I will never be told otherwise. It doesn't... I mean, look, let's dig into it. What does the profile picture say? I don't know. But if you was a girl, you'd pretend to be a boy, wouldn't you? It makes sense, doesn't it? If I'm a guy, I'm probably going to pretend to be a girl. Would I? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. I think I would. I'm not sure. But it makes sense when you think about it. Where has George gone? George, are you Mr. Beast? Is that what this is? Is this going to be in one of them videos? I hope so, because I am looking really cute today. I hope so. If it's in one of them Mr. Beast type videos on like his second channel or something. Yeah, love Mr. Beast. Love him. Watch all his videos. I like the one where he cured blindness. Right. We're about to get underway with SmackDown, guys. George, SmackDown's on. George, get off the floor. George. Baldy said you're looking a little bit pale. You should change your name to Wrestling Rays. Oh, Days, you can't get banned so close to WrestleMania, said Jess. Oh, God, that's exactly what's going to happen, isn't it? I'm going to be investigated for encouraging children to send me money. Do you know, that does sound really bad when you say it out loud. That does sound... This isn't the life I chose. This isn't the life I chose myself. Okay, we've got Allegiant Stadium. Oh, God. George is probably too busy laughing at the situation. I'm telling you, George right now is in that women's locker room. Get him ready. It's Charlotte Flair. I will not... it's Charlotte Flair. I will not be told otherwise. Drew McIntyre's here with an eye patch. Rob said maybe the real friends were the Georges that we met along the way. Oh, God, George, I just need to know if this was genuine or if it's a mistake, George. I'm not going to feel comfortable flashing the cash in my TikTok, Instagram videos, am I? If it was a mistake. There is Rey Fenix. Really look like Rey Mysterio. There's Cody signing some weight belts. Oh, God. George, look, everyone wants George now. George is, like, so over. George, you've got yourself so over. You're more popular than me. Which isn't odd, to be honest. Right, we are inside the arena. Jess said there was supposed to be some of the Days community at this SmackDown. I wonder if they'll be in the chat. I should be there. It's only 6 hours. 6 hours? Jesus Christ, mate. I think Berlin's about 6 hours from me. That ain't close. It might be close in America, but that ain't close. I ain't going anywhere unless it's 15 minutes away. Well, actually, scrap that, because I can afford private jets now, thanks to George. Okay, we are... they're talking about the shocking announcement, obviously, last week of Kevin Owens, which really was... George can buy and sell Ted DiBiase. What if it is Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man? Perhaps it was Ted. We're just seeing last week, and obviously the awful Kevin Owens moment. Now, look, joking aside, all joking aside, George, are you there, buds? George, just joke. You know, we've had a laugh now, haven't we? Oh, it was really good. We all enjoyed it. We're all feeling better. But, yeah, no, George, are you there, mate? Nick said, I don't care about George. He's just another attention seeker looking for a cheap pop. Oh, George, look, they're turning now, George. George, it's starting to turn. God, this is just like wrestling. This is just like wrestling, isn't it? People come in, we love them at first, and then things start turning. Oh, God, George, we're going on a right journey here. Hey, we're going on a journey with Nick Aldis as well. He's about to make a big announcement. There's a Randy chant. George, don't come back in the chat just yet, because I need to watch this, George. He's here to address one moment. He's going to address the RKO. Is he going to address that? I've been instructed to maintain my professionalism. Okay. So Randy's going to come down. Now, the table is kind of being set a little bit here for Aldis. I've been told to maintain my professionalism. What if he doesn't? Is the table being set for Nick Aldis to be Randy's opponent? If they literally just looked around and gone, you can wrestle. You've wrestled, haven't you? I don't mind Nick Aldis. If it goes that way, that'll be fine. I mean, I would obviously expect Randy to win. George, who do you think would win, George? Who do you think would get the win, buds? George. Here's Randy making his way down. We've all turned heel on George now, said Aaron. That's not true, George. People still love you. It is fading, though. It is fading. Just like real life, just like wrestling. It's just the circle of life. It's how it goes. Nick Aldis getting a Mania match would be amazing, said James. Well, it really would. It really would, considering he wasn't going to be on this card, obviously. Here's Randy. Randy has made his way down. Randy is climbing up those steps and gonna step inside. Nick Aldis is in there. Now, is this going to break down between the two of them, or is Nick Aldis going to tell Randy who his opponent is? He is still going to be at Mania, of course. Days, next week, I'm going to give you 40,000, said Opolis Travels. Don't worry about that, but I think George might do that. George will do that next week. You do that, wouldn't you, George? George. George is absolutely nothing like Joe Hendry. Apparently, when you say his name, he appears. George does not subscribe to that notion. Okay, we've got Nick Aldis, we've got Randy. Both of these are in the ring. Obviously, there was a lot of memes about how he had already paid for... He has got a little dirty look on him there, Nick Aldis. Okay. I can tell, Nick. You took last week very personal. Hear me out. I really thought he had RKO'd him after that, you know. I really did. The reason why I want to speak to you there's not a match for me. Nick. This is very important. Oh, it's his 20th WrestleMania? Do your job. Make me an opponent. I will be there. I don't care what it takes. Maybe lose the suit for a night and you gear up. Whatever it is. I need my match. This company's doing record business. Few boos for Nick Aldis. Where's this going? RKO chance. I need your respect. I don't need your money. I need your respect. Crowd are chanting RKO. That is not going to help this situation. Randy is backing away. You need my respects. You've got my respects. If I don't get my match, he says he might go after Mickie James. Oh, is this going to bring down Solo? Is Solo going to be the pick? No, Solo will be the person tonight. Solo, Randy later tonight. He's not on the card, is he? He's not on the card. Can you tell Randy to get out the ring? So Nick Aldis has got out the ring. That was a really interesting line about Mickie James. That made it real personal. And it seems like we might get an answer next week. Solo has got to be in contention. Nick Aldis is still in contention. At WrestleMania. So he's talking about Jacob and LA Knight. Oh, George, how'd you feel about that, George? How'd you feel about that, George? That's funny. I'm talking about you too. Yeah, Tom. I'm trying to be diplomatic, says Randy. Randy's so good, isn't he? He's so fired up. So Randy throws that microphone down. He wants Solo and Tama right now. Is someone going to make the save? It's got a save-making moment feel. I wondered if someone might come to the rescue and we get a tag match. To be honest, Randy's just dealing with both of them at the moment. Randy has got, yeah. Oh, but now they're starting to mug him. Cody, could Cody make the save? Maybe do Cody Randy as a tag team. Shots coming in. Shots raining down. Kicks coming in. LA Knight makes the save. LA Knight, yeah. Makes sense. LA Knight makes sense. Coming down. Throwing in some shots. Shots coming in there to Solo. Right now, shots coming in there by Randy. Jay said, here's the tag match. George, how'd you feel about this tag match, buds? Where's George gone? George is just like everyone I've ever loved. They come into my life, show me a good time, and then they end up leaving. Why must I constantly go through this pain? Again and again and again. Nana! I took my name out your mouth and I put my fist in it. I know you didn't get enough. I know I didn't get enough. It's you two. It's us two. I feel pretty good about that, says Nick Aldis. There we go. Tag match is made. LA Knight. Ian said this stream is going to be called Justice for George. I mean, George just took us on a real journey without really saying a great deal. I feel like the community was on board with George, then started turning on George, then got confused by George. It's amazing what you can go through when you don't even really say much. George, you've taught us a lot. I just want to thank you. Oh, there's Liv. Look, she's seen a mirror, and she certainly likes what's in it. The Gauntlet match coming up soon. Well, there we go. It feels like next week. Nick, that line about Mickie James was very interesting. Solo coming out tonight made me think, oh, it could be Solo. But then, of course, you immediately go, might set something up for tonight. But that could still lead to WrestleMania. Don't know. Let's ask the question, shall we? Who will face Randy at WrestleMania? Will it be Solo Sikoa? Will it be Nick Aldis? Or will it be George? Who is going to face Randy at WrestleMania? Days, George of the Jungle. Out for that day, sing it. Oh, I don't actually know the song, to be honest, isn't it? Like George of the Jungle. Watch out for that tree. Something like that. Ellis Dub said, if Knight and Orton were going against a couple more compelling heels, then I would actually be into that match. Aldis attacks Randy after the match, said Macca. BBK thinks it's going to be Aleister Black. SQRL says Randy versus a legend or an up-and-comer makes too much sense. Well, I mean, it is a case that Solo is a big star. I know that he's dropped down the pecking order, but I don't think he's dropped so down the pecking order that he's not on WrestleMania. We've got a gap, and we're not going to use him. I think he's in contention. I think he's really in contention. I mean, if he doesn't make the WrestleMania cards, and not only that, there was actually a gap that opened up, and he still didn't make the WrestleMania card, then the drop-off of Solo Sikoa needs to be studied. Because that is a hell of a drop-off, isn't it? To go from being taking on Roman was the plan. It was him and Roman for WrestleMania. To go from that to not even making the card, and then there's an opportunity to put him in and you still don't do it. I would just like Solo to know that if you are watching the stream, I'm with you. I think you're a great wrestler. I think that you have got everything needed to make it to the top. And if you also want to fire in a really kind donation, because we support you and we've got your back, yeah? I'm just saying, don't hesitate, yeah? Oh my God, guys, I'm going to start looking at how much those Supreme Money Guns are. Supreme Money Gun. Oh God, thank God. Thank God. If I was in America, these would be so expensive now because they are almost certainly made in China, aren't they? In all fairness, I can get one for £22. It's probably not actually Supreme, but it still says it, you know? And I would imagine the vast majority that those influencers that have got loads of money, I'd imagine they're probably just buying fake ones anyway. It might even come with some Supreme money. I mean, I'm just looking at it right here, look, and like, do you know what I mean? This is the one. There's no price, though. Don't know. What the hell do I do with that? What's this? This is apparently the Supreme website. What do I do with this? Do I need to have to work the code out to be able to, like, purchase it or something? What's going on? What do I do with these boxes? Do I click on one? Oh, you do click on one. Okay, but where's the price? How do you purchase this? Do I click on that? This is the most annoying thing I've ever visited. There's the shop. This is the shot. This is the shot right here. This. Do people find this engaging? £78. Where's the gun, though? How do I buy the gun? Do I have to try and... Do I have to try and figure out the item from this slim little picture that you give me? Is that really what we're doing? I really have to look at this and go, is that the gun? Is that the gun? Is that the gun? I mean, I'm not actually buying the gun, but I can't... What's that? Not the gun. Skateboard wheels. Yeah, we were close. This is really what you have to do. This is the work that has to be put in, is it? Oh, no. Lyra's coming out first. Guys, this is insane. It does make me love it more, though. Of course, well, if you're going to get the wheels, you know, you might as well get the truck that the wheels go on. Does that mean that there's just a skateboard in here? Is it literally like build your own skateboards? Where would the skateboard... Come on. Surely they're not only selling the metal bit and the wheels. They've got to be selling the board. Bailey and Lyra are coming down, so I'm not feeling as great about my pick now. Is that the boards? Dude, how did I do that? How did I do that? Yeah, I might scrap the gun. I might just buy a board. Build your own Supreme book. Oh my God, I could be a skater boy. Oh God, George, look what you've done. You've turned me into a skater boy. I love that for me. I do love that for me. Maybe this is what I should have been all along. George, you're one of the good ones, eh? What if I'm really good at it? I could go to the Olympics and skate alongside those 12-year-old girls. Right. Gauntlet match. Let's go. Jay said, poor Daisy's trying to fit in by looking at Supreme, but no one's spoken about Supreme since 2016. Nah, guys, I'm hip. I know what I'm doing. All the kids love Supreme. Yeah? Guys, I might see what fidget spinners they've got. Oh, God, who's done the ice bucket challenge recently? Oh, I love watching those videos. They're hilarious. Hey? Up them Gangnam Style! Yeah, man. I know what the kids are into. They love all that, don't they, eh? They love all that. Okay, so first up, we've got Shayna and Zoe. They're going to be taking on Bailey and Lyra. Now, unless Bailey and Lyra are going to do some flipping, you know, like when you start at 1 in the Rumble. Days, Randy against Uncle Howdy is a perfect match because of Randy's history with Bray. Yeah, but people won't boo Randy because he's a face. Because of his history with Bray, wouldn't we need the crowd to be on Uncle Howdy's side? But they are trying hard to get Lyra over. It's just not happening. She's not that great on the mic, said Dirty Hippo. Oh, hell of a match, though. That Bailey-Lyra match was a hell of a match. George, do you like the Ice Bucket Challenge, buds? Bailey will turn heel in this match. Well, if she does, then, you know, we could get Bailey-Lyra again. I don't think she will. Oh, lovely. Bailey working on the arm of Zoe. Guys, this match is going to take ages, isn't it? Gauntlet matches normally take like a good 40, 50 minutes. Because it's basically like several matches in a row, isn't it? Stomp coming in, though, by Zoe. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you. Suzanne says, stop with the George thing. George, they're turning, and I can't stop them from turning. Here's Wrestle with Andy.
Wrestle with Andy. Days, do you think CM Punk will have a world title run next year? Which belt do you think he'll go after?
Yeah, I think he'll have a world title run. I don't know if it'll be next year. It could be this year. He'll need to get it off a heel. I can't see him getting it off a face. So, I mean, if Cena gets it, Cena's an option. Here's Lyra. She's trying to get the crowd fired up. Lyra going against the ropes. Oh my God, that missile drop kick. Huge missile drop kick. So tag being made. In comes Shayna. Lyra was down. Shayna with Lyra throws her. Right now we've got Zoe looking for a net breaker up the top. Shayna quickly looking for the pin. And there we go. It's a break up to the outsides. Bailey. Oh! Zoe going into the barricade. Shayna working on the arm. Lyra trying to get out of there. Going over. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there we go. Lyra getting the victory. Okay, here is Natalya and Maxine. Oh, God. Bailey and Lyra are in trouble now. Oh, look at them in their cute matching gear. Bailey going over. Now, Natalya said that she's not interested in doing anything unless it's going to result in greatness. I do have my doubts that this team is going to result in greatness. I wonder if, though, they lose and then maybe Natalya turns on Maxine. Could we see something along those lines? I'm certainly not expecting these two to win, of course. Maybe they will. Perhaps they'll shock us all. Aussie bloke, Craig said, way too early to turn Bailey heel. Wasn't that long ago she left Damage Control. Some people think that Vince is still running creative. Wheats. Let's go over to Wheats. Where is Wheats?
Wheel. Hi, Days, do you think it's strange that KO said he had an ongoing issue with his neck, but then had two of the most intense matches with multiple neck move spots?
I do think it's a little weird, yes. I don't think it's a work. I do think it is a little strange. He did say in an interview, though, that he did with... Who did he do the interview with? It wasn't Chris. It was before the Van Vliet one. He did an interview... And he spoke and he said that there was I can't remember the word he used, but there was a something on his neck, right? There was some issue with his neck, but it wasn't felt at the time like it was anything out of the ordinary. The doctor even said, for what you do, all wrestlers are going to have that sort of thing with their neck. So it is true there was a neck issue that was found, but it is not believed to have been an issue. It's something that I think was presented to Kevin as being, yeah, all wrestlers tend to have this. For the line of work you do, it's something that we need to keep an eye on, but it's not something that's going to stop you from wrestling. It's not a concern at this stage. Kevin says then there were some things that happened in January. That scan came back in December. But then there was some stuff that happened in January that meant that things got worse. And so he went for another checkup. I think by the time those results come back, that's why we found ourselves. So In the meantime, yes, he did have those matches, which probably was not advisable. But to be perfectly truthful, I think wrestlers do a lot of stuff that is not advisable. I can't imagine it was advisable for Cody to wrestle in Hell in a Cell with his torn pec. You know, I can't imagine there was too many doctors that were like, "Yeah, go ahead. No, I can't see any issue." I think that's a great idea. So, I think wrestlers, there is a degree of sucking it up in wrestling. There is a degree of toughing it out. There is a degree of wrestlers priding themselves and not wanting to lose face to the locker room. And some of that may have played a part. So it's not enough for me to go, oh, it's a work. It's enough for me to go, probably should have dealt with that a bit different. And I'm sure in reflection he wishes he had, but I can't really add much more than that. It's not enough for me to go, oh, this is a work, because that doesn't add up, I can sort of find a way where it does add up. Right, we've got Natalya in there with Lyra. I don't know what's happened to Natalya's ring gear, but the bottom bits seem to have... Are they the knee pads that have slipped down? They're over her ankles. Or are they meant to be there? Are they like little ankle warmers? Yeah, maybe they're... I don't know if they're meant to be there. I think they're probably like the things that Maxine has got on. Big crossbody by Maxine too. Kick out there by Bayley. So Maxine and Natalya wearing matching gear. A kick there by Maxine. Bayley goes down. Maxine looking for a suplex. Gets it. Kip up. It's a good kip up that by Maxine. Straps are coming down. You don't really get that from the girls. Straps coming down is good, actually. That's a good thing for her to have. Lyra in the corner. Maxine going into the corner. Lyra goes down. Bayley goes down. Maxine now looking to break out the caterpillar. Is she? The reverse caterpillar. There it is. Into the elbow drop. Double elbow drop. Going for the pin on Bayley. Oh, my God. She was so desperate to get that pin. It was a little bit of a botch. She grabbed her so much, she actually ended up picking Bayley up off the mat. Going in for a sharpshooter. But Bayley reversing into the pin too. Bayley gets it. Bayley gets it. Natalya is like, WTF? Maxine's like, I'm so sorry. Natalya, I don't know what she's going to do, though. Oh, this is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem. Now we've got Kayden and Katana making their way down. Kayden and Katana against Bayley and Lyra too. Kick out by Bayley. Yeah, this would be a really good match, actually. Roll up there by... against the ropes. Kayden. Katana on the outside. These two work really well as a team. Knee coming in. Look at the work. Look at the teamwork. 1, 2. I mean, it's so quick. You find yourself getting pinned before you even know you're being pinned. It's like bang, bang, bang. 1, 2. What? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's so... They're really good as a team. Oh, look at that. Knees up, though. Great work there by Bayley. I feel like when you're wrestling like a Fraxium or you're wrestling a Kayden and Katana, you have fractions of seconds to respond, to, oh, thank God. Shoulder up there by Kayden. That would have really sucked if she'd have just got beaten so quickly. Right now, we've got Lyra coming in. Kayden and Katana against Lyra and Bayley. Kayden against the ropes. Super kick. Bayley goes down. Lyra against the ropes. Kayden going over and big boots by Kayden. I mean, this is what Kayden and Katana are all about. They are one of the only legitimate women's tag teams that we've got. Going up and boom, straight down on Lyra. 1, 2. Oh, just going to the outsides. Caden against the ropes, through the ropes. Oh, spinning away down. They should push the party girls instead of the Boar Fests. No. Going for the cover. Bang, looking to take her over. Lyra with Katana, picks her up, looking for on the shoulders. Oh, lovely! What? Nightwing gets it. Lyra with the pin. This is an impressive run, but how many more have we got? BFAB and Michin. Tell you what, that's a big win that for Lyra and Bayley to get past Caden and Katana. Michin and BFAB making their way down. Gauntlet match continuing. We're just going to commercial break. Hannah said, do we see any of these going into the Hall of Fame? I think the Hall of Fame, we already had that conversation. I think like it's one of those that you can establish for yourself. Do you think that these people achieved enough? Do you think they had the longevity? I think you can just apply those rules and kind of work it out. That's how I see it anyway. Everyone's going to have different opinions. Aussie Bloke said, I'm not interested in seeing Natalia wrestle or talk. If Maxine has a Natalia feud, I will just skip those segments, said Aussie Bloke. Alex said, a thrown together tag team with one already owning a belt is going to Mania. I think it's just, if it does go this way, I think it's just hard to leave Bayley off. It's probably hard to leave Lyra off as well. They obviously see a lot in Lyra. Yes, she should be defending the Intercontinental instead. But I think with the card being as full as it is, it's probably like, well, we just didn't have room. Just like how, you know, it's hard to find room for Lyra. It's hard to find room for the Street Profits. It's hard to find room for Chelsea. A lot of people say Chelsea should be on that card. And of course, it makes sense. She should. I think it's just hard to kind of get everyone on to kick out. We don't know that it's going to go that way, of course. I mean, it might not be Bayley and Lyra, but they've got to be standing a much better chance now that they've managed to get past Caden and Katana. Another kick coming in. WWE biggest fan. Oh,
WWE biggest fan. How many matches will be on each night of WrestleMania?
Well, I think they're saying about 7, aren't they? They've said 14 to 15, so it'll be 7 one night, 8 on the other. But I think we're looking about 7 each night. I mean, with the 3-hour pre-show, there is absolutely no reason why you can't put a match on that. Maybe they will. There's been no announcement of the Andre Battle Royal or the Women's Battle Royal. Lyra and Michin, just a little bit scrappy here, but we are still at commercial break, so no biggie. Biggie. In comes BFAB. Brando, shout out to you, buds. Let's see what Brando's saying. Brando. No, shoulder up by Lyra.
Brando 292. I wouldn't complain if Nick Aldis goes up against Randy at WrestleMania. Would be a great match.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain either, to be honest. I wouldn't have a problem with it being Nick Aldis. I really like Nick Aldis. I really like him from NWA. I didn't see him before that, but NWA, we were doing those watch-alongs during Power when that was on YouTube. And we would watch it on a Tuesday. Back then, that's when AEW and NXT were on a Wednesday. So our streaming schedule was that we would do Raw on a Monday, NWA on a Tuesday, and then we did NXT and AEW on a Wednesday at the same time. Hated doing that. Hated trying to watch 2 shows at the same time. But that's how our schedule was. So we were watching Nick Aldis, we were watching Thunder Rosa, we were watching Ricky Starks, Ricky Saints, we was watching LA Knight. They were all in NWA back in 2020. And we were watching that on a Tuesday. So, yeah, I would love to see him get that moment. that would be absolutely fine in my book. I think he deserves a WrestleMania match and a WrestleMania moment. I just don't know that it's going to go that way. But at the moment in our poll, 36% of you say Nick Aldis, 34% think someone else, and 30% think Solo. So it's very, very close.
Final Boomer.
Final Boomer.
KO, Dragunov, Kairi, Asuka, Sami, Becky, Uncle Howdy, Jay, McDonough, Nia, all out. But which ones are legit hurt or just taking time off?
I think KO's hurt, Elia's hurt, Kairi was hurt, Asuka was hurt, Sami, I think just time off. Not heard any word of him being injured. Becky, time off. Uncle Howdy was injured. JD McDonough is injured. Nia, apparently not injured, she said online. Michin, through the ropes. B-Fab, grabbing Bayley. No joy. Bayley, working on the arm. Rose plant. 1, 2, 3. Have we got one more team? B-Fab, Michin, eliminated. Oh no, it's the Hervis. Would we do the Hervis? I mean, that would be heels against heels. This is going to be a challenge, but I think Bayley Lyra will get past these two. I don't know that we're going to do Hervis against Liv and Raquel. This is the 5th and final match. The Hervis is in there. Slagent A and Slagent P. Slagent P took a bit too long to do the salute him. I do like their outfits. I think this is much better attire for the Hervis. Chop coming in. We spoke about that last time. Recently, Piper Niven was still competing in her, I don't know what you would call it, kind of green outfit, whatever that was. I much prefer this for them. Yeah, it's got to be. This is looking better, I think, for Bayley and Lyra. Mackenzie said it should be Randy against Shane, no quads McMahon. Bucket. Yes. And I hope the match goes exactly the same as it did at WrestleMania 39. Secret Hervis are the only other team I could see winning besides Lyra Bayley. Wouldn't be upset if they won, but I am leaning Lyra Bayley. Lovely suplex there by the Hervis. Hervis are in control. Senton. They are in complete control. We're not at commercial break or anything. This Gauntlet match has gone actually quicker than I was expecting. We've got through the teams quite quickly. Are we going to commercial break now? Oh my God. Commercial break. We're at commercial break, kids. Adam, shout out to you. Let's see what Adam is bringing to the table. Adam, the table is yours.
Adam Cox, member. Chelsea will do something at Mania, surely. If not a match, then some segment or interaction with a celebrity, maybe.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I think we can all agree she definitely deserves a moment.
Have Hervis win, then Bayley turn on Lyra. Set up 2 matches.
Have the Hervis win, Bayley turn on Lyra. It's an interesting thought. We are at commercial break. The Hervis are still on my screen and they're still in control.
Blake02. Member. Use the damn tag rope, please.
The tag rules have gone a little bit out the window, yes.
Coromega85. I'm disappointed with so much. Dubbing without green is a crime.
WrestleMania without green is a crime. She might still find a way. I really like the idea of her doing the reading of the attendance and then demanding she actually get a match. Or I feel like you can, if you can get her in the ring somehow, which could be reading the attendance. I mean, there is no host that has been announced for this year. Why don't we have Chelsea host? Why we could do that? Why don't we have Chelsea host? And then she could be berating the crowd. Someone could come down. We do like an impromptu match. Chelsea as host would bank.
LB. And Sonya Deville was released because...
Well, to be honest, I mean, I think PFC or whatever they're called are struggling to get on TV anyway, so it might just be because they can't get them on TV. So perhaps they were like, we don't need 3. I don't know, yeah. I didn't think she deserved to be released. But at least she kind of knew her contract was coming to an end. You know, it still sucks because she was hopeful they could like renegotiate, and they just basically said we're not going to. But I do feel a little bit different about that compared to people that just get found out they've lost their job out the blue and they've still got loads of contracts left. But, you know, budget cuts. That one upsets me a bit more.
Laval Mortons. Hey, Days. I went to Smackdown show after Mania 40 and made my fan sign saying Cody finished my bedtime story. What fan sign you make is favorite or funniest writing?
Fan signs. Funny fan signs. That's a really good question for the community, actually. The one that always comes to my mind, first of all, is the person behind me can't see, which I know has been done so many times. But the first time I saw that, sort of blew my mind. Because I think that was the first time that I had seen a sign that wasn't really related to a wrestler. And it was sort of like... It was like everyone was playing checkers with their signs like, I love Hogan and all this. So for someone to say, take a sign that says the person behind me can't see, it's like that person's playing chess. They're playing a different game to everyone else. All of a sudden, like the signs have just gone to a different level now. And so when I saw that for the first time, it like really blew my mind as to what's possible in the sign world. You know, it's a real basic one. It's a real stupid one in the sense of we all know that sign, but I don't know. Maybe that sign should get a bit of love. Maybe we take that kind of sign for granted. But I'll ask the community, what is your favorite fan sign? What's your favorite fan sign? I think there was one that said, row, row, row your boat gently down the Reigns or something like that. It had Roman Reigns in a boat. Oh, there was a great one that had Joe Hendry that they had recently. That it wasn't that one. There's a Cena one that does that. But there was one where he turns around on the sign. There is a Cena one that moved as well with the arm. So that was good. The moving signs are good. So there's a Cena one. There's the Joe Hendry one that moves. There's a few that have got little play on words. Lyra digging deep here. But so yeah, Laval, it's a good question, but I've put that to the community. We'll see what they come back with. Suplex there by Piper. And Lyra goes into the ropes. King Yeti! Shout out to you, my friends. 20 new members. Guys, we do championship streams on a Wednesday. We do member streams on a Thursday. Maybe some of you would like to join a faction. Maybe some of you would like to play the game on a Wednesday. Time to play the game. King Yeti, thank you for the support, my friends. You're basically the OG George. Oh, powerbomb there by Lyra. Lyra is making the tag. Bayley going up top, looking to drop the elbow. And she does. One. Oh, my God. Piper kicks out at one. Piper kicks out at one. Why did she kick out at one? Powerbomb. Elbow drop. She kicks out at one. Even the cameraman's stunned. Even the cameraman's like, what's going on? Bayley and Lyra trying to make the pin, but the tide is shifting once again. I can't believe Piper kicking out so early. Right now, Slagent A is in there. Slagent P is in control. This isn't looking good for Bayley. This isn't looking good at all. Bayley. Oh! 1, 2. Oh, it gets broken. Just by Lyra. Just. Mate, I thought that was the 3. The way the ref was counting 1, 2, it was like, I don't even know if it wasn't a 3. Jeez. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. I don't know if it's awesome territory. Pelin. I think it's very good. I do think the awesome bar is maybe a little bit low these days. But Lyra throwing in some shots. The save was made just. Kieran.
Big up days. Can't wait for WrestleMania weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be good, but we were talking a bit earlier. We know there's, Piper getting a little bit caught on that top rope. Lyra with a forearm shot. Piper goes out the ring. There's some sloppy work here, to be honest with you. Like Piper was clearly meant to go over the top. She got caught on that top rope. A forearm to the back drives her through the ropes is kind of hard to buy. They're having to improvise, of course. Lyra going against the ropes. Went for a basement drop kick, didn't get it. She's trying for a power bomb on the outside. Drop kick by Bayley. Power bomb by Lyra. Right, they're working together. Roll up. 1, 2. Oh my God. Kick coming in there by Slage and A. 1, 2. Oh my God. Kick out again by Bayley. Alba's like, how am I going to put this chick away? Going over. Tag being made. Alba goes into the corner. Bayley looking for the Rose Plant. Gets it. Rose Plant. Lyra going up top. Lyra leg drop to the back of the head. Going for the pin. 1, 2, 3. And it is. Bayley and Lyra are going to WrestleMania. Mate, they did have to work. Whatever you think about this match, they had to put a shift in. They have just really run through that whole gauntlet. And their little mini matches with the Secret Service and Caden and Katana in particular, really entertaining. Really entertaining. That means that Bayley and Lyra are going up against Liv and Raquel at WrestleMania. There we go. And the arm is raised by Bayley, raising the arm of Lyra. This lot are confronting each other in the ring. Wade Barrett said he's exhausted. Can't imagine how they're feeling in the ring. They put a shift in. They definitely put a shift in. I know it might not have been the greatest match we've ever seen, but there was some really good little mini matches in there. Okay, match score. Let's see what people thought about that gauntlet match. We'll judge the whole gauntlet. There's an unspoken rule about not crossing certain lines. Oh, are we talking about Tiffany and Charlotte? They're facing disciplinary action. There are certain lines that you don't cross, and as a result, they're facing disciplinary action. I wonder if that is true. They did do the attack in the car park, though, didn't they? So they did manage to do that. I don't think they actually spoke about that on the show, though. I wonder if they're doing that to make it seem like that attack in the car park was not a work. The test signs were awesome. The match was never great, in my opinion, said Adam. Sin City street fight. So it's going to be a street fight. Here is Damien. That's really interesting that they have not drawn attention to, unless I missed it, to the brawl. Days, that's true. Someone like Sable is questionable as she had history with WWE but was a women's title holder and brought a lot to the ratings in the Attitude Era, but we never say never. I don't think Sable's that big of a mystery, to be honest. I think the bar for the women is quite low. There's like Queen Shamel has gone in, for example. And I don't begrudge Queen Shamel going in, but I think if you're going to put Queen Shamel in, I don't think there's much guessing if Sable makes it or not. I think Sable absolutely makes it. I think the reason why I don't really want to get into specifics with the Hall of Fame is because I feel like I'm just going to repeat myself a lot, when it comes to certain people, did they have lots of achievements? Did they make a massive impact? It's hard to kind of put it into words. It just doesn't exist, does it? It doesn't exist, this rule of you've got to win 3 mid-card titles, you've got to win a world title, and that's how you get in the Hall of Fame. Like, it is a case-by-case basis, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to what impact did they make in the time they were in the company. And if they didn't make a massive impact, could they go in due to longevity, like, say, the Brooklyn Brawler? Because I would put the Brooklyn Brawler in. I would have no problem putting the Brooklyn Brawler in. I mean, I would put R-Truth in. And I think many of you would as well. But he's never been a WWE World Champion. And I don't think he's won that many mid-card belts or anything. He's got, obviously, a lot of flipping 24/7 belts. Tag belts. But, for me, his longevity, the impact he's had, I think he definitely kind of makes it in there. But the bar for the women is quite low. As it should be. I don't want to get that twisted that I'm saying it's easy for women to get in and harder for men and all of that. It should be low because they didn't get the same opportunities. So you can't judge them by the same standards. Bum, bum. Right, LS Dub. Let's see what LS Dub is saying. George, I've not forgot about you, George. In my mind, you're still with us. Oh my God, perhaps George is Charlotte Flair if Charlotte has been sent home. I'm just saying. Then, you know what I mean? She's got time on her hands.
LSW. Drew Priest could steal the whole weekend. They wrestled a great match at CITC last year, and they both likely feel very motivated to make a mark. Watch out for them and their plunder match.
Ellis Durb, shout out to you. Wrestle Night.
Wrestle Night. That was so dumb. Why? Just why? They aren't even a real team. I just don't get it. I feel like it was supposed to be Alexa and Nikki. Why isn't the women's IC title being defended?
It's just the card just can't get everyone on. I mean, the mid-card titles do get left off WrestleMania. Normally, they tend to book something for the go-homes. But we've had it before where I think like the United States was defended in a triple threat rather than being at WrestleMania. Tag titles being defended on go-home shows rather than WrestleMania. Like, mid-card belts don't always make it, unfortunately. And look at Chelsea as well. So I think they have an idea as to how they want the show to be and how many matches. And then they go about trying to fit the stars in. And, this is what they've ended up with, basically. I don't know why they don't put matches on the pre-show. I can't answer that. I don't know why they don't do that. But because I would. But I think that's why they're not on the main show. And to be honest with you, look at the teams that were in that thing. I mean, the majority are just thrown together. You know, Kaden and Katana are the only real team. I mean, Piper and Albafire have only been together for a few weeks. I know there's a history there. I know that they're both from Scotland and they've wrestled each other lots of times and they're probably friends. But as a team, that Secret Harvest has only been together a few weeks. Maxine and Natalia. Meechin and B-Fab. You know, we're not It's only Kaden and Katana, really. You could say Shayna and Zoe have been together a while now. But Shayna and Zoe are heels. Or at least I believe they're heels. And it was always going to be a babyface team that was going to win. This is why, for me, if it wasn't Bayley Lyra, I probably would have looked at Kaden and Katana. Had a little bit of doubt about the Hervis. But that would be a heel team against a heel team. So I was feeling pretty confident it would be Bayley Lyra once we got to that final matchup. But I don't think it's any deeper or there's any more conspiracy to it than that, really. Okay, Damien is coming down to the ring. Let's see what Damien has got to say. All rise. All rise. The Sick Horror Kingman, shout out to you.
The Sick Horror Kingman. Days, why is the first woman IC champion not at WM fighting for the title, but in a tag match when someone else could have?
Because I don't think there's the room for an IC title match at WrestleMania, and I don't think they want to leave her off the card. Look at Chelsea Green. She's the first women's United States champion. She's not on the card at all. She's not even in a tag match. So, as bad as it might be for Lyra and how we wish that they were doing something else with Lyra, she's still going to WrestleMania. Currently, Chelsea is not. But I think we'll find a place for her. I think we'll find a way of getting her, at least I hope so, on the card. Damien is getting chucked around here into the barricades. Randy Haywards.
Randy Hayward. I had a sign above my bed next to my mirror saying objects in this mirror may appear larger than they truly are. That way, no one is disappointed.
Ah, that's very good. That's very good. Right, we've got Drew smashing Damien into the barricades. Barricade glitching as a result. I don't think that's why it's 6 or anything. I think he just smashed him into the barricade. Damien is being helped back up to his feet. I don't know that we're going to be getting much of a conversation between these two. Days, my uncle passed away about 6 hours ago. Really? Dudes. I'm so sorry to hear that. Of pneumonia. I'm really sorry to hear that, my friend. My mum had pneumonia. It's awful. Really awful. She was in hospital with it. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'd imagine your head's probably spinning at the moment. Yeah, I mean, but if you need to step away or anything, obviously, just you do you. Okay, Drew's in the ring, and he's just cutting a promo. He's certainly not staying quiet. He's going to take this opportunity to say a few words. That parasite has benefited every time I've been screwed. So he's cutting this promo on Damien, and he's just saying why he's got such a problem with him. I'm going to give you the beating of a lifetime at WrestleMania. Wolverine here has got some good news. All right, the eye looks okay. I'm 100% cleared, which means at WrestleMania, you're 100% screwed. So I think it was Drew just trying to build up a little bit of, you know, a little bit of some extra in this feud. Shots coming in. It was kind of funny that Drew went on social media yesterday. I didn't include it in Unseen because I had a feeling this is what was happening. But he went on social media to say it's touch and go if I'm going to make it to WrestleMania. And he kind of put that out. But unfortunately, a few hours later, WWE posted a video making the match official. So I sort of felt a bit sorry for him because I think he'd done all this work to try and make it seem like, oh my God, have you heard? He might not make it. And then literally hours later, WWE are like, the match is happening. So, yeah, I think it's probably wise that he's revealed that that eye injury is not as serious. Right now, we've got the ring steps. Boom! Right in the head of Damien. Damien has made his way down again. He's getting clobbered with the ring steps. Referees are coming over to Drew, having a word, telling him to get to the back. Crowd are chanting. Holy shiz. I don't think it's that dramatic. Certainly not as dramatic as when he got planted through that windscreen. This could be dramatic, though. Right now, Drew, he's got a bit of blood on his fingers. Ah! On the steel steps. So there we go. Drew revealing that the eye patch is not required. He is 100%. Look at the sell in there by Damien. He is 100% cleared. He takes his chain away from him. Is that chain going to be the new bracelet? Is that going to be the new friendship bracelet for this feud, for this year? So he takes the cross off of Damien. And as just an extra level of disrespect. So, yeah, Drew was saying, I'm 100% cleared. You're 100% screwed. Oh, I like that from Johnny there. Johnny going back and to the left is a little thing they do on Botchamania. I feel like that back and to the left is a way of him getting on Botchamania. This is a conspiracy, says Tommaso. You two are absolutely out of your mind, said Pretty Deadly. Look at this turnbuckle, exposed. Back to the left, back to the left. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Get out of here. Get out of here. Future Shock onto the steps. Here's Motor City. Motor City said they're focused on next week. This is Karma. Okay, now we've got Fenix. He's going to be in action taking on Berto. Is that match now? I would imagine so. Is this all part of his entrance, this video? Do they play this at the start of every entrance now? Or is this just a vignette to promote his on next? Rey Fenix. next. Just promoting his next. There we go. Here's Berto. Berto. What a name. Days, imagine if you was on an episode of Botchamania. That episode would get the highest views, as the Timeout Tribal Chief is a huge draw. I think you're very sadly mistaken. I think you'd be shocked by the amount of people that would go, who the hell's this boomer? I would not be shocked.
Car.
Days we should bring back Tamina and try and get her brother and his tag team partner to come back to We BC Deuce and Domino was a best tag team in the 2000s.
I think those days may be behind us, but I think they are trying to put a bit of emphasis onto... Deuce and Domino had a good gimmick, though. I mean, it was OTT, of course. Very WWE. Pretty Deadly-esque. But, I don't know. I don't mind a bit of a gimmick. I don't mind tag teams having a little something. There's quite a few that just... I don't know. There's probably a little bit of a problem with modern wrestling is that there's just a lot of people. And, you know, what difference is that person from that person? Back in the golden era, obviously, you had people kind of leaned into a gimmick a little bit more. You had an Undertaker. You had the guy that comes out with the snake. You had the Scottish guy, you know? You had the lunatic, Ultimate Warrior. I kind of feel like there was a bit more gimmicks, but I suppose the thing is, as time goes by, you can't keep doing that. There's just not enough gimmicks to go around. So you kind of get to the point now where there's so many people. The roster is so bloated. There's so many people coming and going and new fresh faces coming in that there's just not enough gimmicks to go around. But I don't mind a little gimmick, to be honest. I'm here for a little gimmick. I'm a student of the golden era. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't need retribution. I'm all right with that. But I can cope with a Wendy Chu. I'm all right with a Wyatt Six. I see your War Raiders. I'm all right with these people. I could totally see the War Raiders in the late 80s. Dane said, I agree. More characters, less ordinary people. Yeah, it is a bit of a downer with modern wrestling, but I just think it comes down to just the sheer amount of gimmicks you would need. It would just be overwhelming and probably not sustainable.
Wrestle with Andy. Days, Drew, and Damien should be the second ever eye for an eye match.
Do you know what, actually? That's first one, which we never speak about it, the Rey and Seth match. Oh my God, that got so much attention. That got so much attention. I think it's because people wanted to know, how is someone going to lose their eye? And then, of course, the way they did it was like a ping pong ball. And it was kind of cut. And he sort of held it so you could see a bit of the eye. And it had popped out. And, that's how they got around it. But that really is a bonkers moment. And that got so much attention at the time. Yeah, you're right. Let's go again. That'll take us to another level. I mean, that will do very well on social media. We just might have to sell our souls a little bit for it. Because I don't know that wrestling purists look back at the eye for an eye match with a great deal of fondness. But screw those guys. Lisa said, Days, has George's mom tracked you down? Not yet. But there could be a very interesting email tomorrow, couldn't there? There could be a very interesting
Lisa
email.
Brown. Days, has George's mom tracked you down to get her 400.00 back? She's going to need it to pay the doctor bill after beating her son's butt. Lol.
I mean, it's not just me, is it? It's not a great look that George came into our lives, showed such a level of generosity, and then literally disappeared. Anyone else think it's strange? I think we can agree it's strange. We can agree it's strange. I think it's fine. I've been in this situation before. I think it's absolutely fine. I think this is going to really work out for the best. We'll find out together.
Car. Days, at least Lex Luger is in the Wii Hall of Fame. I wonder if Sting DP will induction him in Hall of Fame.
Well, they did want to get Sting, and I don't know that they've really been successful with that because Sting is someone that is obviously under a Legends deal with AEW. So I don't know that he's available, and I don't know that AEW are going to allow him to be available. And I know people will go off on Tony Khan and say that's petty and all that kind of stuff, but maybe it is, but to be honest with you, if Sting went up to Tony Khan and said, I'd really like to do this for my friend, I think Sting has done so much for Tony Khan, I actually don't know what he would say. I actually don't know what he would say. But, yeah, I mean, look, these two companies, they don't like each other. They don't want to give each other an inch. They don't want to help each other. I know that it should rise above that. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Natural disasters, Michelle McCool, Paul Levesque, Lex Luger, the immortal moment. Absolutely no word about the legacy inductees, so... Nothing says we absolutely love what you've contributed to the business by putting someone into the Hall of Fame and then completely ignoring that. No mention, no video package, nothing on the graphic. Love you, Kamala. Love you. Do better, WWE. Come on. You are better. You are actually better than that. I can understand them not wanting to give them like speeches and whatever because of they're no longer with us. And I can understand them, like, you know, it doesn't hit the same if it's the family. I get that. I understand that. To not honor them, like give video packages and whatever, like... This is where they do have a bit of a struggle because, like, you've got to really be into your wrestling to care for an Ivan Koloff video package or a Kamala video package or a Dory Funk Senior video package. But I don't know. I think that's like a bare minimum, really. If you're going to put them in the Hall of Fame, at least tell people why you're doing it. You know? Guys, these people are so good. We're going to honor them. What did they do? Why are they so good? We're not telling you. It's a secret. You'll have to find out for yourself. Can't you just tell me? Can't you just do a video package? No. That's WWE. Oh, I've only just really got into wrestling. What did Kamala do? Not telling you. Okay, thank you. Right, Berto versus Fenix. Let's go. Very, very good performance from Rey Fenix, wasn't it, when he first appeared last week? Days, should Ahmed Johnson be in the Hall of Fame? The only reason I would put Ahmed Johnson in is if he really did do something for black wrestlers. I don't think he goes in on longevity. I don't think he goes in necessarily on impact. He didn't win that top title. He was someone that was sort of around the mid-card, but we're not talking loads of mid-card title runs. I'm not seeing the length of time. I know that he played a part, obviously, during the new generation in particular. For me, I think that's borderline, and Some people would say yes, some people would say no. The only thing with Ahmed Johnson is because he was black, and we honestly didn't have lots of black wrestlers around at that time. If someone wanted to make the argument like he really did represent black people at a time where there wasn't lots of black people in WWF, and that means a lot that he had an impact that way, I would listen to that. Of course I would. And I would not be against him going in the Hall of Fame. But putting that to one side and looking at longevity and achievements, I think I would be leaning more towards no. I don't think it's kind of reached that. I don't think it's reached the benchmark. This is why the Hall of Fame conversation is like, you know what I mean? To me, probably not, but to others, they'll say yes, and well, there we go. Okay, fine, yeah. I would, if he got announced, I wouldn't hate it. Let's put it that way. I'd have no issue with it. But yeah, I think I'd probably be leaning towards no. But then there's others that have gone in that have probably done less. I think the Hall of Fame is just not what I would have it be. I would have set that benchmark a bit higher than it's already been set. So the benchmark's quite low. If he got announced, I wouldn't be shocked. I tell you what, if he got announced, I'd actually be quite excited, because that means we might get him as an action figure, because he must have signed a deal or something, you know? So I'd be like, okay, good. I hope he goes in the WWE Superstars range. I'd like him as a figure. I'm really excited for the Mattel figures, actually. Mattel should have a stand at WWE World. Just know, when they start showing off figures, when they show the forthcoming Walmart exclusives, the WWE Superstar line, I am going to be excited. Those are the figures that I'm really interested in. And they will show some, because they've already announced Diesel and Iron Sheik. So they've already announced some. So I know they will show some, but there should be some new ones as well. That is something I'm really looking forward to. Right, we are at commercial break, but we are also underway with Fenix and Berto. So this match is up and running, and we're already coming up to like halfway through. Let's get the match scores in. 39, 35, 16, and 8. Okay, we've got Fenix rolling out of the ring. And Fenix is on the outside, but these two, once we come back, could start to deliver some really good stuff, really good action. Kick coming in there by Berto. He is draped over that. Javon said, as a kid, I remember Kamala as menacing. He was terrified of Jake Snake Damien. I loved him. I mean, I understand there is some controversy around that character, and I do understand that controversy. But I've always said, for me, when I was growing up, pro wrestling was an extension of real life. Like, I suppose in a way, what we was trying to do was a real life Street Fighter. You know, I sort of feel like Blanca is this creature that was in Brazil that fought Delsim, who was this amazing person from India. You could go over to, you know, Russia to face the wrestler Zangief. And I sort of feel like wrestling was kind of a little bit like that when I was watching. And so for me to have Kamala, someone that had come from this tribe that had not been touched by society. Those tribes exist, by the way. I actually watched a video on one the other day. There's an island still where you're not allowed to go to because there is a tribe that are very hostile. And apparently, like, there was someone that went there to try and spread the word of Jesus. He's never been seen again. He's never been seen again. And so people have actually gone to these tribes. So I sort of feel like these people do exist in the real world. These tribes that have been untouched by society, it is real. And so this character is based on that. And for me, like, I found him to be very interesting, very engaging. I thought it was a very interesting character. When he was a heel, he, you know, was unhinged. You know, you've got someone there that doesn't really subscribe to the social rules. He doesn't know the social rules. And oh, God, so interesting. Such an interesting character. I really did enjoy it. And then when he turned face, do you know, he used to pin people because he didn't really know he would get confused. He used to pin them upside down, and the crowd used to have to tell him to turn them. No, turn him over. That's not how you pin people. Turn him. And the crowd are like, turn him over. And they're really on boards. Kamala, the other way round. And he'd be pinning the leg like that, and he'd be looking at the crowd. They'd be like, no, turn him over. And he'd turn him over, and he'd be like, yeah. It was all, honestly, I know there's some negativity around the character now, but it just wasn't. Or at least I never viewed it that way. I really loved that character. It meant a lot to me as a kid. I'm really pleased he's in the Hall of Fame. I think he does go in on longevity. But, yeah, some really fun stuff that character did. When he lashed out at Kimchi as well, that was great. He was getting abused, and it was like, come on, Kamala, stand up like Otis and Chad, you know? Going over the top, bang, to the outsides. Berto down. Days with the Hall of Fame being at 6 a.m. after Smackdown. Are we still planning on doing it? Because I ain't staying up. I'm going to watch it Sunday. I am planning on watching it, yes. Big Splash. Got to do what you got to do, ain't you? Got to do what you got to do. Sunday, I think, will be the Slammies. I'm just going to ride until the wheels fall off. I am going to lose my voice. I might be falling asleep on streams, but I'm just going to go for it. And what will be. Que sera, sera. But, big kick there. I like how he had Fenix sat on the ropes. 1, 2. Oh, Berto. Just getting a 2 count. Hang on, this match might low-key be cooking. This match might low-key be cooking away. Right now, we got Berto back in the corner. Charging over, goes up, flips over, roll up. Whoa, picking him up. Powerbomb 1, Berto 2. Kick out by Fenix. Can't see Fenix losing this. I can't see Fenix losing this. So Berto is showing up. Back in the corner. Oh, nice takeover there by Rey Fenix. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Berto gets his shoulder up. WWE need to stop releasing women. They need to build a decent women's tag division. They could do it. They're just greedy and they won't. Nice kick coming in there by Berto. Over against the ropes. Bouncing back. Rey Fenix with a kick. Berto selling. Going over to the corner. Charging him. Going up on the shoulders. Berto trying to find a way of... No. Oh, yeah, he got it. I think Rey Fenix was trying to reverse that, but he didn't. That was a huge powerbomb. Sit down powerbomb. Berto is looking at the ref. Yeah, good. It's a fun little match, this, actually. Berto in the corner. Trying to go up top. Rey Fenix is down. We are halfway through the show. Going up. Legs up. Boots up. Here, look, we've got... Berto trying to get over to the ropes. Trying to find a way of climbing up. Here, look, we've got Rey Fenix running on the ropes. Boom! Kick coming in. Berto back in the corner. Fenix goes up. Nice kick. He's got Berto up. Here's that muscle buster. This is how he put away his opponent last week. 1, 2, 3. A Mexican muscle buster. And it is Rey Fenix that picks up the victory. So let's put that into a poll. Joe said, how can you not love what gets delivered every time out by Rey Fenix? Yeah, very good. The Muscle Buster is so much cooler when it's got that spin, said Alex. Women don't naturally get along with other females, said Nightbird Beastman. Hard to make tag teams. It is true, the women would just kill each other. You all right? He beat you. There is a lot of respect here. Santos grabbing, shake his hand, he beat you. Shake his hand. You shake his hand. Berto puts his hand out. They shake hands, but Berto walks away. Berto walks away. Santos shakes his hand, though, unless something's going to go down. No? Yeah, there's respect being shown. Okay. I wondered if there was going to be... I wondered if there was going to be a little moment there. Okay, Nick Aldis. Roxanne Perez? Ah, hello, mate. Here's Tiffany. Are we taking Charlotte out of that match? Here's Nick Aldis. Tonight. Okay, so Tiffany against Roxanne tonight. What if Roxanne wins? Does she get added to that match? What are they doing here? I mean, look, that segment went off the tracks, and I think Charlotte definitely has to take some blame in it going off the tracks, of course. We've spoke about why I think that may have happened. But are they really going to replace her now? I don't know that we're going to do that. Oh, God, they do love multi-person matches, though, don't they? They really do. Triple H is there going, oh, my God, this could be an opportunity for another multi-person match. Oh my God, I was worried I was going to have to put a singles match on at WrestleMania, but now we could punish Charlotte by adding another person. That's probably how he reacts. I don't know. It's probably just to set up tonight, isn't it? It's probably just to set up tonight. No way they would add Roxanne to that match, said Jay. I don't know if they could make it another multi-person match. If it's a triple threat, they wouldn't pull Charlotte out. I think what we do is we'll do Roxanne against Tiffany, and Tiffany will probably win, but what happens if Roxanne wins? The logical conclusion would be she'd be added. Opala said, what are the chances? Charlotte's said she doesn't want this storyline due to Tiffany causing shiz. Very hard to turn down a WrestleMania match, innit? I mean, if you're going to turn a WrestleMania match down and because of this getting so personal, and to be honest, I do think Charlotte started it, I think there's bigger problems going on. I think there's bigger problems. I really do worry about her mental state, and I could be completely wrong on that. People could absolutely look at this and go, come on, grub up. Like, she's fine, right? I understand. I understand that people could have that, but I honestly... I'm looking at certain different things that are happening, and I'm like, I don't think Charlotte's in a great place. I don't get the feeling that she is in a great place, and I do think it's probably worth laying off her a bit. If she has turned around and said that, and I don't think she has, then, yeah, I mean, that would be huge. Turning down a WrestleMania match. Because things got a little personal. She's surely got a thicker skin than that. Surely. Surely. I don't know. I mean, seems like they've dealt with it, though, by the looks of it. I mean, it could be... I mean, people will be interested to know if this is a legitimate punishment. Like, we don't want you on the show this week, you know? I mean, I can't imagine that was going to be the outcome of the original ski lift mountain promo they had planned. You took a ski lift to the top. Well, now you can't cope with being at the top of this mountain, can you? Thank God they went off-road. That original promo sucked. Ellis Dub. Let's have a look. See what gets said. See what the Dubster's saying.
Roxanne will wrestle Stratton tonight and Flair next week, and that will be her WrestleMania creative.
Yep, you could be right. That could be it for Roxanne. Could just be to fill a little bit of time as we're trying to fill time because we were meant to do something else this week, and maybe there's a little bit of truth to the fact that they've sent Charlotte home. Heyman is just talking about CM Punk. Paul fought for me. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. It's a good video package, this, isn't it? Really good video package. Just showing, like, the history of Punk and Paul Heyman. I knew this guy would be a main eventer, says Paul Heyman. I admire him more than anyone else in this industry. This is such a great video. There he was walking away, and 10 years later... Yeah, just showing the return and them hugging and embracing. And CM Punk getting mentioned during his Heyman's induction speech to the Hall of Fame. It's really good because you watch this and you go, this could absolutely be that Heyman and Punk leave together. But this could also be just adding to the swerve, couldn't it? This could also be adding to the swerve. Logan's B.
Logan's B2581. Member. Days in the footage from the parking lot earlier between Charlotte and Tiffany. It felt like it wasn't planned at all, because it seemed as if there were actual building security separating them.
I've honestly not watched it, but I do not believe that Charlotte is that level of unprofessional. So I don't believe it to be real. It's going to take quite a lot to convince me that's legit. Right, we've got Chelsea and we've got Zelina. You're going to have to be a grown-up. You're going to have to do this on your own. Bye. Whoop, 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 whoop. So Chelsea's trying to get the Hervis out of the doctor's room. Please. Oh, please. Please. Right, here we go. Here is Zelina. Whoop, 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 whoop.
I don't like Charlotte. She always winning titles and then gets injured, then come back and win a title.
WWE biggest fan. Shout out to you. Yeah, I'd say you're not alone. And I'd say that's a fair criticism. I'd say a lot of people feel that way. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, game.
All Game 17. Interesting thought, Roxy got attacked by Alexa Bliss before the Elimination Chamber. Imagine at the end of this match, Bliss attacks her again. That would be interesting.
Roxy got attacked by Alexa before Elimination Chamber. Imagine at the end of this match, Bliss attacks her again. Alexa against Roxanne. Honestly, had not considered that. So, all Game 17, you are now going to have a lot of Wyatt 6 fans very excited. Right now, there's a lot of Wyatt 6 fans that were just like really down, just like it's not happening, and all of a sudden they went, what? Sorry, what? You're telling me there's a chance? You're telling me there's a chance? You're telling me it's going to happen? It's going to happen? That's what Joe Gacy was tweeting about. Well, let's wait and see. I'm not going to get too carried away, but all game, that's very well remembered. I did not make that connection in my mind. Opala. See what Opala's saying.
Opala's Travels.
Opala.
No, she definitely didn't start it.
Opala.
Tiffany started it by bringing up Charlotte's divorces. Charlotte created a hard climb for Tiff, but she never made it about their personal lives. I would back out too.
I think Charlotte did start it. I think it actually started the week before. I don't think it started in that segment. I think there was already beef going into that segment. I think you have to go back to the sit-down interview where it was evident that Charlotte was making that segment difficult. I've worded it as her showing her teeth. She never got personal, but she did not make that a smooth ride. I think she was interrupting. I've got no evidence of this, but it feels like she was interrupting at times that Tiffany was not expecting. It feels like Tiffany had some scripted text. Charlotte had some scripted text. And it feels like they were meant to deliver a similar promo to what we got, but it was meant to be a lot smoother than what we had. I think the way that Charlotte acted in that sit-down interview was she was jumping in throwing Tiffany off her game a little bit. And I think that there was a glimpse there of that not going the way it was meant to have gone. And the way I worded it was that Charlotte was being a bit of a veteran. She was showing her teeth a little bit. She was maybe feeling a little bit threatened by Tiffany being a potential replacement. And I think that there's a degree of, not bullying, that's too strong a word, but a degree of show me what you've got. If you are going to be my replacement, show me what you've got. And a lot of people would say that's very unprofessional, and it's a hard one to argue. But I think what that actually did is it meant that Tiffany was like, "I'm going to get you, woman. I'm going to get you. You are not going to make me look stupid like that. You mark my words." And I think had Charlotte, because word came out that Charlotte went off script first. In the stand-up interview as well. Word came out that Charlotte went off track with, I can't remember the exact line, but went off track with a certain line. And I think as soon as Tiffany saw, oh, so we're doing it again now, are we? Well, guess what? I'm ready this week. Bang, bang, bang. So you can say that Tiffany escalated it first to the personal stuff. I do agree with that. But I don't think it was Tiffany that brought the initial unprofessionalism. I think that was Charlotte in the sit-down interview. And what I've read on Unseen was that Charlotte also went off script first. It's escalation, innit? It's escalation. Someone's going to do something. Someone's then going to escalate it. They'll then escalate it. And let me know, here we are. So, yeah, I don't think either of them come out looking great, to be honest with you. I don't think either of them come out of it, like, smelling of roses. But, I mean, you could even make the argument Charlotte should be the more professional because she should be the veteran that's kind of holding the hand of the newcomer and kind of helping them out, you know? I don't know that wrestling traditionally was ever really that way, though. Ask The Miz how easy it was when he first arrived, you know? Wrestling history is littered with people having a rough ride when they first arrive, you know? Drop kick. Chelsea on the outsides. It's definitely added to the match, though, hasn't it? I think we can all agree on that. Update. 2 more have been added. Big E is going to be at WWE World on the Friday and Haku on the Thursday. Oh, that's good. That's good. It's good to see Haku getting involved. A lot of people would like to see him like on TV. Tamatonga Tongaloa. I've got Charlotte on the brain. Oh, hello. What's this? Bella's been sounded. What's happened? Count out. There's a lot of confusion. Did Chelsea just... Look, everyone's confused. Yeah, count out. Zelina Vega wins. By count out, Chelsea loses. So she's going to get a title shot now, surely. Zelina wins by count out. There was a lot of confusion around there. I'm thinking this is probably what was booked. I'm thinking this has gone the way that it was meant to go. Jo said she can't control her emotions, and while she was on the outside complaining, she got counted out. There we go. Zelina, Chelsea. I'm guessing next week. Here's Berto. We won't rate that match. I won't even write that match in. Berto. I'm going to beat him is a flash in the pan. I'm extremely disappointed. Angel. Unlucky. Unlucky buds. Okay. Let them know we're on the way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Let's go back to the conversation, wherever the conversation is. Hannah
Donnelly. Days. What is a wrestler, announcer, or any wrestling personality that you are always fed up with, and why? There are definitely some nominees in there.
Oh, hang on. Here's Andrade. I know you lost to Rey Fenix, but Rey Fenix is a great wrestler. Mind your own business. Berto says to Andrade, mind your own business. What's this? What's this? Look at all them belts. The Bruno belt. Where's the first belt, you cowards? Where's the Buddy Rogers belt? They've got the Bruno belt in there, and we've got... What's going on? Is this going to be Cody? Oh, mate. Did you see all those belts? Where's the Buddy Rogers belt? That's my question. And we are going to complain about it if we don't see it. Many belts. WTF? What? Who am I always fed up with? Honestly, I can't think of any wrestler that I'm always fed up with. I can't think of a wrestler I'm always fed up with. I'll tell you one that I really struggle to warm towards. That might be Nikita Lyons. I think the reason why I struggle to warm towards Nikita Lyons is she's been injured a lot, and she posts a lot online, and she does a lot of stuff which acts like I'm amazing, which is what she should do. And I've made that comment before. She should do that. I'm amazing. You see people saying I'm amazing in Evolve, right? But I don't think Nikita's a heel. She's been a face, but she still does this I'm amazing stuff. But she hasn't done anything to sort of back that up in the ring. Do you know what I mean? She's been injured loads of times. So I'm sort of watching, waiting for her to like do something that's going to really grab my attention, really be like, oh, okay, I get it. But at the moment, like, there's just nothing there. So I find myself watching her matches, don't find myself loving her matches. And then, of course, you know, she's online and, like, posting pictures and, you know, the lion's going to eat and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, I get it. But, like, you need to do some at first. I need to see some good stuff before I get really excited there. So, I don't know. I'm not massively down on her, but I'd say if I had to pick a wrestler, she would probably be the one that comes to mind first of all. But I think she's just been really unfortunate with injuries, to be honest. Pooter said that Nikita Lyons diss track was legendary terrible. I mean, I did watch it and it didn't land for me, and I did see a bit of kickback on it as well, so I don't think it landed for many other people either. It's that kind of stuff, isn't it? It's that kind of stuff of just put the work in the ring. Like, don't do your photo shoots where you're not wearing many clothes, which is fine. Lots of people do that. Don't drop your diss tracks. Like, do some stuff in the ring. Like, show me some great promos. I feel like she's a bit more focused on the garnish around. She's focused on stuff around her focus should be on killer promos, killer matches. Put your energy there. Put your energy into that. But she has been unfortunate with injuries. So, and she doesn't get loads of opportunity either. So really, whenever we see her, it's just in one-off matches. I never find them to be that amazing. And that's it. So, I don't know. It's not... I don't really have like any kind of ill will towards her. It's just, she's definitely someone that I'm looking to... Come on, step it up. It's now or never, you know? You got to get going. And I want to see some killer matches. I want to see some killer promos. But she's got to be given that opportunity to be able to show that as well, you know? Wyatt 6. Appreciate it, my friends. Oh, firing in a couple, actually. I think I might have missed that when you fired it in before. Oh, in fact, we've got a few that I might have missed. Mackenzie said, Hall of Fame is at 6 a.m. Let's go. We're going to just go until the wheels come off. As soon as that finishes, I'll go to bed, get up and do stand and deliver. So I'm just going to do what I can, really.
PJ93.
PJ.
I can't wait to watch WM next week with you and this community.
Ah, should be good.
Days, what is your favorite finisher? Also, I hope everyone is having a great day.
PJ, shout out to you, my friends. Favorite finisher? I love the DDT. I love the Stone Cold Stunner. I love the RKO. I love anything that can be hit out of nowhere, really. Bang. Love that. Here's Naomi. She's losing it, man. I know it would have eventually been me. Oh. There's a darkness there. No more fake loyalty. Look at the smile. With caution. Yeah, goods. Oh, hello, Jade. That's a good line. I like that. What happens to a star when a star starts to fade? Good line. That's what this is about. You're just trying to stay relevant. I'm not a rookie anymore. I'm your biggest threat. A storm is coming. Very good. Very good. Very good. I really hope they both bring it and this match exceeds expectation. I sort of feel like I think the bar for this match is quite low, you know. I don't think too many people are looking at this thinking, oh, it's going to really bang this. This is going to be amazing. I don't think it's got that. So I think there's maybe an opportunity. I think there's an opportunity for that match to actually comfortably exceed expectations. Yeah, look, these are all the different championships, and there's a few belts missing there. They have not grabbed them all. We do not have the Hogan 85. We do not have the Buddy Rogers belt. We don't even have Daniel Bryan's custom belt. So what is this? What is this sham? It is lovely seeing Bruno's belt there, though. Do you know what I mean? The blue one. Here's Cody Rhodes. I've heard about him. PJ, shout out to you, my friends. And Wyatt American Nightmare Crow said Alexa and Nikki in women's tag team turmoil. Well, there was no sign of them in that Gauntlet match. We obviously were hoping that they maybe could have replaced the team, but it's very clear that that was not the plan. because that match is over now. So I don't know. I kind of feel like we may see them at WrestleMania. The American Nightmare. Cody is making his way down to the ring. Aww. I am my kingdom. That is the one match. I have no idea who will win. They both have reasons to get the win, said the Phoenix. Adam said Jade is going to beat Naomi, but I reckon in a triple threat with Belair, Io, Rhea, Naomi could interfere and help Belair win, and that will make Bianca turn heel. Whoa, whoa. Days, you can't write the WWE story without Vince and the territories. Is there ever a chance Vince goes in the Hall of Fame? Yeah, I think there is a chance he goes in the Hall of Fame. It's going to be very hard to not put him in the Hall of Fame. I mean, obviously, it could be that he goes in quite quietly in the future. I mean, look, if Vince goes in via the legacy wing in 50 years' time, well, do you know what I mean? How big will the backlash be? We're very close to it right now because, you know, Janelle Grant is still with us. Vince is still with us. The things he's alleged to have done happened a few years ago. I'm not saying that, you know, time makes us forget, but what I'm saying is that with time having gone by, they could probably, whether they should or shouldn't, they could probably put him in and face a reduced backlash. So I think that he will find a way in there at some point. Right, we've got Cody in the ring, surrounded by these belts, but I don't see that being anytime soon. Let's get rid of this poll. Phoenix, Berto. We don't need the poll for that. Winged Eagle. Yeah, the Kevin Owens belt. Kevin Owens. Is Winged Eagle out there? I think it is on that one table, isn't it? Raised up? Yes, it is. So we got the Bruno belt on the left. We got the Winged Eagle in the middle. We got the Attitude Era belt. So that's the table on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, the Undisputed belt, which Brock carried, early 2000s. Spinner belt, which is John Cena. And the Hogan 86, which is Hogan's belt. The belt that was at WrestleMania 3. Cody has put the current one in the middle. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody's like, step out the way, cameraman. I need to acknowledge my people. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Here's Cody. Here he is. He's going to say some words. Oh my God, they're going to be the best words. These words are going to be so good. You've got me all flustered. Oh my God, he's doing a Charlotte. He's all flustered. You've always been good to me. Just be good to me. I hope Randy Orton doesn't take on Rusev, said Giant Killer. Cody's blessed. It won't always be me. It's about the next 20 champions. Perhaps there's a young man that wants to wear this belt as champion. But then there's one man trying to take all of that away. Boos for Cena. He'll be used to them. But they'll still sting. Deep inside, they'll still sting. A few cheers for John as well. More boos. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. They're all dueling chants. John Cena has neglected to make Seattle part of his farewell tour. He's going to be at Smackdown next week instead. He said, me having this tattoo makes me a common fan. So what? I have this tattoo for the same reason I wear this suit. He's given Eddie the Undisputed. Who do you go with for that? Could it be someone that has their own chat show called Miss TV? Yeah, Miz. Oh, no, John. We've gone John instead. We could have gone Sheamus. We could have gone Miz. We could have gone CM Punk, actually. Flipping hell. What about the Hogan belt? He didn't do the Hogan belt. Cody, you missed one. You missed the Hogan belt. He went down that line and he missed the Hogan belt. Could you imagine if he tried to say some nice words about Hogan? Or maybe a real American that loves beer. Boo. They're allowed to love someone else, John. Tony Khan, Tony Khan, Tony Khan, Tony Khan. We make each other better. It's a rah-rah speech, this, isn't it? Okay. The bell will ring, John. I do my best when I'm backed into a corner. Yes. Let's go. Cody Rhodes cutting a very passionate speech. This stays with us. I'm going to get the tattoo. I'm going to get the tattoo. But I'll make it bigger. Guys, I'm an American nightmare now. I'm all fired up. That belt stays with us, John. Get your hands off it. You filthy animal. Oh my God, I even love the Kingdom song now. Wow. No, it was good. It was good. It was, you know, it was a rah-rah speech. It was a come on everyone kind of speech. We're all in this together kind of speech. But you gotta say his delivery is very good. Tamar said it's another great promo from Cody. That promo put adrenaline in my soul, said Jono. John's like, no, don't get the tattoo. I'm getting it, John. I'm getting it. Like that. If you really believe in Cody, then you would do the same. Right, next week, John Cena returns to SmackDown. It's going to be a big show. Guys, next weekend, I'm calling it now. Big weekend. Oh, the Andre Battle Royal! Yeah! Who's winning that? Who's winning that? Who's winning the Andre Battle Royal? 6-woman tag match next week. Oh, right. So when's she getting a title match then? Kaden and Katana and Zelina against the Secret Hervis and Chelsea. We've also got Street Profits against the Motor City Machine Guns. Tag titles on the line. Will they pull the trigger on the Machine Guns? Batista would. Here's Byram. The Street Profits are here. The Street Profits are here. You can afford that tattoo now, thanks to George's tip. Yes, George. Thank you for stealing your mother or father's credit card. I will be using that money for a big Cody Rhodes tattoo. I've always said the money goes back into the channel in some way. This is channel related. It counts. Here's the Street Profits. And I might also get a heart here that says George. Like that. I might get it actually on my nipple. Oh, here's Mello, don't miss. Oh, God, George, please don't be young. Oh, God, that is so inappropriate. Forget all that. Forget all that. That's right. Mellow don't miss. Yeah. Yeah. They want the smoke. So are they going to be next then? I wonder what's going to happen with... Here's Tiffy time. Here is Tiffy time. Yes. Let's go. I wonder if Charlotte will attack during this. Fire. Fire.
Anna Yin.
I'm going to take this down.
Days.
Even
Bold
though I look
take, but
badass.
maybe Cody has been heel this whole time. Says he needs to finish story, but everybody has a story. Teamed with Reigns, who assaulted his friends. Disrespected Dwayne, who wanted to. Help.
Well, I hope he is a heel. Because I'm also a heel. And so us heels, we should stick together. Okay, we got an advert for Raw right now. Rollins, Reigns. They're all going to be on Raw. Monday in Sacramento. Adam said, I think this is a way to do a match tonight. Keep Charlotte and Tiffany away from each other for a week and just let the situation cool down. Oh, losers. Don't let it cool down. Add more fuel. Tiffany, Charlotte says you're fat. Yeah. Charlotte, Tiffany says you've got an ugly house. Yeah. I don't know. I can't think of insults. Let it burn. Let it burn. Oh, God. I'd be the worst in HR. They'd come in and go, and then she said this. Did she? Oh, my God. That's so bad. That is so bad. I wouldn't stand for that. And what did you do? Well, I said this. Did you? Guys, I'm calling it. Chelsea Green is going to defend at WrestleMania. WWE biggest fan said, get a Wrestling Days logo on the net. Yeah. I have to be that side. I've got my Cody one coming that side. JP Bell said, people are right. It doesn't even feel like a WrestleMania build this week. It's where we are. It's where we are. Do you know, I mean, how long we got left? 42 minutes. I got to admit, it's sort of the show I was expecting. It's solid. I don't feel bored. We're having a bit of fun with it. It's fine. Is it a WrestleMania build show? I don't know. It's got a nice energy to it. It's a nice pace to it, a nice bounce to it. I don't think it's a bad SmackDown. But I think that's it. I think that's it. That's all you deserve. That WrestleMania build. You just weren't good enough. Maybe if some of you hadn't have complained as much online, they would have treated us to a better WrestleMania build. Yeah. Perhaps you get the WrestleMania build that you deserve. Brony.
Brawny FN. They didn't show Charlotte attacking Tiffy before the show. Could that have been a real fight then? Surely they would have showed it.
I think they're playing chess with it, honestly. I don't believe it's real. I think that you would expect them to show it on the show. And it's obviously doing the rounds on social media. So my guess is that they've gone, let's have this do the rounds on social media. We've made... Smart fans know this is personal, yeah? No one's in any doubt that these two genuinely don't like each other. Can we lean into that? Is there a way we can muddy the water? How about Charlotte attacks Tiffany before the show? We won't mention it on the show. It'll do the rounds on social media. And people will start wondering if it's real or not because of how real this has been. Is my guesstimate. I don't mind being worked, honestly. I've said before, it doesn't bother me. But on that one, I have to ask myself, would Tiffany be that unprofessional? Would Charlotte be that unprofessional to actually get physical in a car park? They can't even control themselves physically. I'm really struggling to believe that. I mean, to be honest, if that was genuine, and I don't believe it is, I mean, that's potentially you're out. You can't even control yourself backstage physically. That's not even you're out of WrestleMania. That's potentially you're out of WWE. It's a bit too big to buy that it's real. Here's Roxanne. My picture, atrocious. I've got a horrible Netflix picture this week. I feel everyone. It's like the Minecraft movie. Everything's blocks. Here's Roxanne. JPville said maybe the real WrestleMania build is the friends we make along the way. Do you know what? This community is the real WrestleMania build. You're right. You're right. I wonder if Charlotte finds a way of getting back into the building and attacking here. I don't think they should do that because I think they should lean into that fight was real. Okay. Brought it up earlier. We acknowledge the viral video from earlier today. And Charlotte has been asked to go home for a week. I mean, didn't Damien and Drew brawl? Like, isn't brawls a normal thing? Why would we ask Charlotte to go home? How dare you brawl with another wrestler when we don't have cameras around? How dare you? If you want to brawl, it's absolutely fine, but it had better be on the show. There had better be cameras around, otherwise there are going to be serious repercussions. I don't think it's the brawl that's the problem. Flipping everyone brawls. We get backstage brawls, brawls at the ring, people being attacked before matches. We get all of that. But you dare do it when we don't have cameras around. You are out. You are out. Slap coming in. So there we go. A little acknowledgement of the brawl. Takedown. Tiffany kick coming into the midsection of Roxanne. What time is it? Suplex. So 3:23. Roxanne still down. Tiffany standing over her. Hannah said, that's true. No one has been able to generate nuclear heat like you. Your evil laugh is 100% genuine. You know it, Hannah. You see me. Shoulder up. I'm trying to think if these two faced in NXT. They must have. I'm sure they did. Tiffany dragging Roxanne into the middle of the ring. Roxanne raking at the eyes. In the corner goes Tiffany. Roxanne is on the outside of the ring and going up. Bang! That's how the Prodigy does it. There we go. Right, Aussie bloke. Craig, shout out to you, bud. Let's see what Craig's saying. We'll get the comment read out as we are at commercial break right now.
Aussie bloke, Craig.
Hello, big time.
Member. Charlotte has to stay and wrestle at Mania to keep the Women's Royal Rumble integrity. After that, she can leave and never come back, and I'll be happy with that.
To be honest with you, if they were done with Charlotte, I don't think they would care about the integrity of the Royal Rumble. I think they'd be more... If there was a genuine problem, which there is, and they didn't think they could sort it, I don't know they would run the risk of putting them in a match, because I think it was Brian Alvarez that made a really good point. And he said, who thought it was a good idea after the sit-down interview, which felt like it was a little bit choppy, felt like this wasn't the smoothest sit-down interview ever, right? You can sort of see there might be some issues here. Who thought, wow, that went really well. Do you know what would be better? Let's put them both in a ring at the same time with a live microphone. Who made that decision? Who thought this'll work? And it's a really good shout, because the signs, I believe, were in that sit-down interview. And perhaps they thought that it would just be okay. These two are professionals. It'll be fine. And obviously it was not. I think if there was genuine concern now, having spoke to them, because I've got to think they both got a rollicking. If there was genuine concern about the match, I don't even think you care about the integrity of the Rumble. Integrity of the Rumble pales into insignificance compared to the fact that that Mania match might go off the tracks, might go south. Could be some, if that turns into a shoot and we've got to try and send people down to break up two women that are actually fighting mid-Mania match, So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, kind of. I've got to think that they've both said that, we're cool, we'll work together, we're professional. And that we'll still proceed with that match. I bet there'll be some people backstage watching the monitors oh my God, please just get through this. Please, let's just get through this match. If I'm Triple H, I'm definitely got some nerves about that. If someone accidentally catches someone and then there's a receipt, do you know what I mean? I'm definitely looking at that oh my God, please just get through this match. Please just get through this match. Both have definitely been spoken to. I've got no doubt about that.
Days, the problem with doing angles on social media is the vast majority watching at home aren't aware of everything that's going on. How many knew of Kevin attacking Cody post SNME angle?
I would say enough. I mean, the shows get... how many people watch in America? 1.5 million going to watch this, something like that. I mean, if you think their YouTube channel's got over 100 million subscribers, I know that not every video is getting those views, but, there's videos getting over 1 million views. So, yeah, you're going to have a few people missing out, but you could make the counterpoint that a lot of people watch wrestling through clips. They don't even watch the shows. Could you even make the argument that actually more people will be aware of it because it's on social media than if it was on the show? There might be more people that consume wrestling and enough that consume it on the show and through social media. There might be more people that view it that way. I mean, for example, the Speed moment. That's what, 300 million? There ain't 300 million watching Royal Rumble. So I wouldn't play down social media and the impact of social media and how many eyes there's going to be on social media. Social media is... everyone's on it. So, it's huge. It delivers massive numbers. I agree. There will be some that watch the show and don't engage on social media and might miss out on such things. But then I would counter that by saying, I assure you, there are people that watch highlights and clips and consume their wrestling that way rather than even watch the shows. There's a lot of people that are I haven't got time for the show this week. I'll catch up with clips that will see the fight or whatever. So, but working on numbers on that is difficult. Tiffany going up. Roxanne coming over, grabbing the leg. Kick back there. Tiffany is up. Roxanne getting up. Roxanne goes down. Against the ropes. Why did we just go to a black screen? Was that a wardrobe malfunction? Guys, we are on wardrobe malfunction watch. We did just get a bit of a black screen momentarily. Pop rocks. No. No pop rocks. I don't think there was a wardrobe malfunction. Alabama Slam. Oh, no. 1, 2. No joy. 1, 2. No joy. Roxanne against the ropes. Oh, look at that work by Roxanne. The crossface is in. Crossface is in. Roxanne is saying no as Tiffany is trying to get over to the ropes. No joy, pulling back again. Going up on the shoulders. On the shoulders. Tiffany. Prettiest moonsault incoming. Prettiest moonsault. Prettiest moonsault connects. Tiffany, 2, 3, and she gets the win. Roxanne will not be added to that match. Tiffany Stratton gets the job done. Oh, and Charlotte attacks. Oh, into the barricade. Here's Charlotte. She was meant to be sent home. Oh, into the ring posts. Charlotte grabbing Tiffany. Hurling her. Oh, over the commentary table. Charlotte on that commentary table. Oh, Wade Barrett trying to get in the way. Wade Barrett getting in the way. I'm trying to help you, he says. I'm trying to help you. Wade Barrett stopping Charlotte from really going any further with Tiffany. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to make sure that you don't get even more punished than you're gonna be. This thing has boiled up and over and beyond. Guys, I'm shocked. I am shocked. That is a woman that has gone off the deep end. She's flipping lost her mind. She needs to be controlled. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Charlotte's heel, says Porky Pig. Confirmed. Do you think she is? Do you think she's turned heel? Why does it always happen to the best ones, eh? Why does it always happen to the good folk? Charlotte and Tiffy could go on last at Mania. It's a great story, says Wrestle with Andy. But you know, it's got my interest. I feel like we've spoke about that more than we've spoke about Cena Cody. I really think, for right or wrong, the build for this has really, really grabbed attention, and it is probably for wrong. But the end result is I am legitimately really looking forward to this match. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see what people are saying. We are at commercial break. Don't forget, tomorrow the predictions video drops. It's already lined up. Thankfully, I mentioned Bailey and Lyra, which wasn't the biggest prediction in the world, but that could have backfired if they had have not won today.
Bronny FN. Days, if the shows are this boring on the road to Mania, imagine how worst it'll be after Mania.
Yeah, and we don't even have King and Queen of the Ring, which I really enjoyed last year. I actually did.
Wade Barrett is not security. He can't be grabbing female wrestlers.
No, but I respect him for trying.
Adam KD. New member. Days. Imagine in Cena's last match, he refuses to cheat, and The Rock does the throat slit to Cody, and he turns heel beating Cena in his last match and doing a double turn.
I don't know how I'd feel about that. I mean, I like the swerve of it all, but part of me would be like, well, why didn't Cody just join literally a month and a half ago when he was like, F you, Rock? Like, why didn't you just go on then? Yeah, I've thought about it. Go on. You make some really good points. Now we're kind of screwing John over, which... what does that do for his heel turn? I mean, like, people would look at it and go, oh, man, John Cena turned heel just to get outmaneuvered. I don't know how I'd feel about it. I genuinely don't know how I'd feel about it. Liam.
Liam Costa Costa. Hey, Days, my friend, how are you?
I'm good.
Do you think we will ever see Vince on WWE TV again, or do you think that's it? Because I know what he done was bad, but it's a shame as he built the empire we're watching.
I think he's done. I can't see this WWE want to move on from it. He's done. I don't see him back on TV. You are flipping joking. So we've got graphics showing who's going to be inducting people. Undertaker's going to induct Michelle. Shawn is inducting Triple H. Diamond Dallas Page inducting Lex Luger. And CM Punk is going to put Brett and Stone Cold in. And we still cannot find a way of getting Kamala on the graphic. I just want it to be fair. That's all I want. I just want it to be fair. I remember you, King. I remember you. Thank you for your service. And you, Kolov. And you, Dory Funk Sr. I think they'll mention you at the show. We're even putting boomers on that are inducted and we can't even... Oh, bless. Right. Larry
B. Hey, Days, did you get to see when the screen went black?
Yeah, I think it was a wardrobe malfunction. I don't think it's any Wyatt 6 stuff or anything. I think it's boobs. We need to play a new game of boobs or Wyatt 6 where we try and figure out, is it boobs or is it the Wyatt 6? I've played that game with some of my partners. Turned out it was boobs a lot of the time, to be honest.
Justin Henson. I watch the stuff that interests me during a show, this stream, and an unseen or two. I don't search for clips online.
Yeah, not everyone does it that way. But I think that's the truth, though, isn't it? People consume it in lots of different ways. Some people watch it live. Some people watch replays. Some people watch replays and skip through bits that only interest them. Some people watch clips, don't watch the shows. Some people read results and don't even get time to watch clips. Some people just watch review videos. I don't know what happened on the show, but I'll watch whoever. You know, their favorite content creator. I'll just get it from there. There's so many different ways to consume it now. There's even highlight packages WWE put out. I don't know if they're still doing those, but they started to do like full show recaps and whatever. So yeah, lots of ways to consume in 2025.
Cora Mega 85. I think there is going to be a huge twist. Cena and Cody attacking The Rock. This was all a work The Rock to let his guard down. Cena was with Cody the whole time.
Okay. If it goes that way, you will have called it, but I don't know that I see a twist along those lines, but WWE have surprised me in the past, and I'm sure they'll surprise me many times in the future, so certainly not saying that that's not happening or anything. It could go that way.
Dirty Hippo 77. I think it was just a technical difficulty, because the crowd didn't react like there was a wardrobe malfunction. Not a single person.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it was just a technical glitch. Liam
Costa Costa. I'm I'm sorry, but what's CM Punk got to do with that Brett versus Stone Cold match? Surely someone from that era should induct them.
Well, he's a big Brett fan, isn't he? I'd imagine that. I mean, you know what the Hall of Fame is. It's a show that they try and sell tickets to. Certainly this year. It's a show they tried to get views for. So if you can find a way of getting Undertaker on there, and I mean, look at who they've announced. Shawn's on there, Undertaker's on there, Punk's on there. If they can get legends onto that show, then they will get legends onto that show. So what's he got to do with the match? He loves Brett. It's a match that really inspired him. There's something like that. Well, that's fine. It's enough. I mean, wasn't Ken Shamrock the guest ref? Could have had Shamrock. Right, they're just running through the WrestleMania cards. Lisa, let's see what Lisa's saying. She's got a conspiracy. Let's go.
Lisa Brown, member. Did anyone else find it odd that Paul got in Seth's face like that, when usually he cowards down to everyone?
Lisa, shout out to you.
Ozzy Bloke Craig. Paul Heyman was mauled by Seth. But does anyone remember Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit putting soap in Heyman's mouth on SmackDown once?
Chris Benoit? I mean, I'm not bothered about his name being pronounced wrong, but... Austin, they're just running down the card, by the way, so I thought I'd get a few comments.
New member. Days, what do you think of Jey turning heel at WM? Joining Rock and Cena?
I think it would be a really shocking moment. Really shocking, considering how over he is with the kids. I think that'd be really, really shocking. But what if he wins? And what if Cena wins and The Rock has got both belts? I see the vision. Fewer Duchess, shout out to you.
Fewer Duchess 537. What happened with Charlotte? Was that real? Because Wade seemed genuinely serious.
No. I don't think Charlotte just really interrupted the show to attack Tiffany because she hates her so much in real life. I think they're working hard to make these things seem like they're real. But, no. Taker 1990.
Taker 1990. Days my internet went down after the Cody segment. Therefore, missing the remaining time of SmackDown.
Oh, mate, it's been so good. Did you see the segment after the Cody segment? Did you see that when they were talking about the guest host? I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say too much. Take a 1990. Keep an eye out on the WWE YouTube channel, and especially for that segment just after Cody. Yeah, it's, let's just say WrestleMania got real interesting. Hannah, shout out to you. Let's see what Hannah's saying. Don't put any spoilers in, guys. Don't put any spoilers in.
Hannah WB. Days. The good news is that Days has avoided getting arrested again from the George incident, and he's getting a tattoo to support Rhodes. Lol.
Hannah, thank you for letting me know what's happening in the world of wrestling, Days. Thanks. Lisa.
Lisa Brown. Member. And Seth didn't pull back and stop himself from kicking Paul. Paul moved out of the way of the kick. If he hadn't have moved, Seth would have kicked Paul in the head.
Lisa, you're breaking this down more than people have broken down the JFK assassination. And listen, maybe this is more important, but I don't know. Could there be something in it? Sure. But, you know, I sort of feel like if Paul is working with Seth, is it going to be that big of a shock? I sort of feel like everyone's saying that that's where this is going now. I don't know if it'll be more shocking if he doesn't end up with Seth at this point. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. If it goes that way, though, Lisa has worked this out. She is. You can see the board, the connection. She's like, you know that GIF. Bear with me. She's got it all worked out. Irish Sam.
Irish Sam. Days look at the tweet I sent you just now before the main event of SmackDown's off. The Rock dropped a teaser with a Rubik's Cube.
"30 seconds ago." What's this? Let's play this. Oh, I don't want music. Oh my God, no. Ah! Jesus Christ. He's done that on purpose to get me shut down. Perhaps he's struggling. I don't know, perhaps he doesn't know how to do it. I mean, you can get books. Yeah, it's too much. He's overwhelmed. In fairness, I get like that with Rubik's Cubes. I don't rate them either. I think they're really flipping annoying. I've never sold one in my life. I've also never took stickers off and rearranged them. I've never done that either. But, you know, hey, look at this. It's happening, guys. It's flipping happening. This is Night Owl. Night Owl dis. That's Night Owl dis. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know if that is from this week or not. I don't remember anyone mentioning it. If it was, I don't know if this is maybe an old picture. If it is new, part of me does wonder if like the Wyatt 6 Pluto logo is just on like unitary. It's the exact same logo as well, the exact same metalwork. It's always that size on a kind of black strip like that. It's never on the side of a box. It's always this. I just wonder if it's not just always permanently painted on whatever this thing is. Don't know. Aussie Bloke said, everything the final boss does is cryptic and boring. It's never got meaning that makes any sense. Every time I hear his music, I cannot wait for the segment to be over. Well, it's really struggling. It's really struggling. It's a real shame for him, actually. He's got the IQ of an 8-year-old. He doesn't stand a flipping chance. This is what he does in his spare time. He's been trying to solve this for 30 years. He just tries to have a little break from it every now and again and do like Moana or something like that. But he keeps coming back to it, and this really has tormented him. I've got a Rubik's Cube. I can do it. I'm amazing with words and numbers, but even with YouTube videos, I can't do Rubik's Cubes. Really? I mean, I don't know why I'm saying it like that. I can't do them either. I haven't got a flipping chance. No, it's, I don't know. It's beyond the understanding of humans. There is a system, though, isn't there? Because you get those people that know the trick, and they're like, and it's done. So, I mean, there is like some sort of technique, but yeah, I don't know it. God, someone send the flipping instruction video to the Rock. I might do that. YouTube, let's do that. Got to help him out, haven't he? Because this might be keeping him from WrestleMania. What if he skips WrestleMania so he can try and work this cube out instead? Learn the Rubik's Cube in 10 minutes.
So if you've never solved a cube before,
okay, we're gonna do him a flipping. We're gonna help him out here. Has he put it out on social media? If I search Dwayne Johnson, will it bring it up? I mean, I don't really want to search for Johnson, but needs must. in all fairness, I think he's ashamed. He hasn't actually posted it on X. Does that mean I need to go to Instagram? You can't share links on Instagram, can you? Oh, God. See, you try to help someone out. You try to help someone and it never flipping works. Can you share a link? I don't think you can. Can you share links? I've shared it anyway, but I don't think it's clickable. Oh, God, it's just a load of numbers and letters. But what he could do is he could copy it, put it in his URL, and it would work. So, do you know what? Someone might find that and be like, whoa, what's this? Click on it, and it'll be like a little nightbird for them. So, there we go. I've done my bit. Okay, tag match. Tag match. Search Big Rock Johnson, said Curry Crawford. Go on then. Big Rock Johnson. I am a big Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Oh, okay. I thought they'd written I'm a big Rock Johnson fan. But, no, it's all right, actually. Look. No, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Done. I will just double check and see if there was anything else. I mean, I don't know why I'm looking. There isn't. It's fine. We survived. Right. For those who saw Alexa Bliss's post, I wouldn't read too much into it. It'll be nice to see her, though, said All Game 17. What's she doing? Is she at Disney? Hey, is she at Disney? I bet she is. I bet she is. Right, we are at commercial break. We got 7 minutes left to go. We've got Randy and LA Knight against Solo and Tama Tonga. Dream match. This should have been at WrestleMania. Dream match. When Paul sides with Curtis Axel, Roman, Rock, Seth have all been perfectly plexed through tables. You'll all be sports entertained. Yeah, you're right. He's not going to side with any of them. He's going to bring Curtis Axel back. Yes. Guys, this is Lisa's final comment on the situation, yeah? In case you've not worked things out. Here we go. Lisa.
Day's last observation. When Seth walked behind Paul during that segment, Seth hit Paul on his butt. That's what people on the same team do as a show of support. Yep, same team.
Same team, said Lisa. He tapped him on his butt. Perhaps he's looking for a little bit more than just a friend. Perhaps Becky didn't just leave WWE. Yeah. Listen, he's cute. Yeah. There's a confidence about Paul in there. Just saying. I never saw him tap him on his butt.
Anna, delete. Days, my booking if all wrestlers were free. Wyatt's Judgment, Fatu Solo, Gunther Ilja, Cena Cody, Rock Reigns, Tiff Flair, IC Ladder, Drew Knight, Bianca Rhea, Punk Rollins, Last Man.
Well, there's a hell of a lot less multi-person matches there. I'd be probably more into that, but yeah, I don't want to be too down on WrestleMania because it's still WrestleMania and I'm still genuinely really excited for it. So has the build been a bit flat? Yes. Could the match card be a bit better? Yes. Are people a bit down about it? Yes. Is it still WrestleMania? Yes. Do we still get WWE World footage? Yes. Will we still get loads of talking points? Yes. Will there be swerves? Hopefully. So, yeah. I'm optimistic. I'm glass half full. Solo just mocking LA Knights.
Spartan Major 619. Alexa Bliss switched sides and went to Universal Studios.
No.
And that confirms she's returning soon to the Judgment Day.
She wouldn't. She wouldn't, mate. She's never been to Universal in her life. She couldn't. She'd never forgive herself.
Tom Damiano. Hey, Days, hope you're doing well, bud. I missed the whole show tonight. How was the show?
Sick. Sick. Tony Khan punched Triple H in the face. And now we're scrapping WrestleMania and we're going to do WWE versus AEW. Dude, you missed the greatest episode. Some of those things might not be true. And you'll have to try and work out which ones. Solo planted. Randy down. It's been all right. I actually think the main event's probably one of the flattest parts because, like, do you know what I mean? It's just a bit... It doesn't matter who wins this, does it? It doesn't change anything. It doesn't establish anything. I wonder if Solo pins Randy, though, and then I'll have to change my words. Because then that puts him surely in the driving seat to face Randy at WrestleMania. So maybe there's more to this than I'm giving credit for. Kicks coming in by LA Knight. Chaos Theory. Shout out to you, buds. See what Chaos Theory is saying. Ah.
Chaos Theory 035.
Solo.
History is history. Stop trying to change it so you feel better about yourself. Stop switching races and genders to appeal to a mentally ill small group of society. Come back to reality, people.
History? I don't think I understand that. Stop trying to change it to feel better. Chaos Theory. I don't quite understand. I do agree history is history. Bang! Kick to the midsection. Shot coming in. Randy, uppercut, Solo through the ropes. Oh, RKO. To the... Yeah, man. That one. Tama Tonga. Shot there by Randy. Solo over. Into the crowds. Big boot. So Randy and Solo are fighting now. Are we building a bit? It feels like this might be the match, mightn't it? So Solo and Randy brawling away. LA Knight in there with Tama. Are we going to get Jacob? They bump into each other. BFT! 1, 2, 3. LA Knight pins Tama. Randy brawls with Solo. It's probably looking like it's going to be Solo, innit? There's Jacob. There's Jacob. There's Jacob. There's Jacob. Boom! Super kick. LA Knight down. Bang! Senton. He's going to murk him, innit? He's going to murk him. Headbutts coming in there by Jacob. And again. Jacob looking at that United States Championship. Jacob is a heavy, heavy favourite to get this belt. LA Knight back in the corner. Jacob over the other side. Boom! Oh, yes! He is so ready. So intense. But is Solo going to cost him? Will he get the belt or will Solo? Oh, look at it. Look at that moonsault. So good. So good. And he grabs the belt. He holds it up. He throws it down. He's going to go again. And another one. Oh, mate. And now he grabs that belt. And I think that might be how SmackDown comes to an end.
A.B. Jobson. Days. So let me get this straight. Out of all the people we've collected cried about not getting a Mania match, Solo might be the most deserving of all of them.
Solo might be the most deserving. He might. I don't know that he's the most deserving, but he was certainly someone that was a big deal, wasn't he? I think it's very hard to make a conversation about who's the most deserving. But Solo was a big deal, leader of the bloodline, got his tribal combat match, and okay, he lost the match. But like, to lose a match and then just get like really pushed down the card. I mean, it just feels like Jacob's come along and stole all of Solo's aura. It just feels like he now is just a complete afterthought. It's a hell of a drop, isn't it? It's a hell of a drop. I mean, with Karrion, I just don't think we ever really got started. With Shinsuke, it's been little run, stop, stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. With Solo, the rumor was it was going to be him against Roman. We actually end up doing that match at Netflix. He loses that match, and okay, he lost the match. Everyone loses matches. I can't make the argument he's the most deserving, but I can make the argument that he is someone that I think is unfortunate to miss out on WrestleMania, considering how much we'd been building him and how he was the leader of this other bloodline, and he was at Survivor Series, and he has a match against Cody for the title. And you can make the argument that, well, that match with Cody didn't massively deliver. The War Games match was, a lot of people. He had his match with Roman, and it was a good match. I mean, let's not forget it was a good match. But that was done. And so, I don't know, is that it now? Now he's literally at the point where he can't even make the WrestleMania card. Is the drop-off really that severe, where that's it, done? I don't know. I sort of feel like, Chelsea's really unlucky to not be on the WrestleMania card. I think Solo's unlucky to not be on the WrestleMania card. I think Shinsuke's unlucky. You can go through a list of people that are unlucky. Is he at the top of that list? I don't know. I've not given it any thought. But I think to go from where he was to now not even making the card is a drop-off that should be studied. And if they've looked at it and gone, do you know what? We need someone. Solo's not on the card. He's a big heel. I could get it. I could understand. Equally, if they went with Karrion, I'd be like, yeah, I get it. He's a great talent. I could understand. If they went with Shinsuke, I could get it. I'd be like, yeah, I get it. I understand. If they go with Carmelo, I could understand. But I don't know. I certainly don't look at Solo and go, well, that doesn't make any sense. I look at it and go, well, he's been used in some big spots not that long ago. And was he the right pick? I would have much rather the Jeff Hardy. I would have much rather we went with, a surprise and something like that rather than going in that direction. So I'm certainly not flying the flag for him, but I don't feel like it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Asib. Let's see what Asib's saying. Solo sucks, said Asib. That's what Asib said. Hannah, we'll get a few final thoughts while we're just getting the main event scores in, and then we're going to run away because I am a bit behind with Unseen. Hannah interrupted.
Days, 3 more predictions for this year. Bloodline story gets more interesting again. Tommy Toy Travels shoots live on the web. Tony Khan turns face by letting go his booking responsibilities. Oh well.
Hannah, shout out to you. Texas
Liberty. Seriously, our truth nor being in it is unacceptable.
Truth not being in it is unacceptable. I don't know if Truth needs a match or just a moment, really. I mean, Truth is so loved that, you know, if he had a little backstage moment or he came out and there was a little moment for him, I think that'd be okay. It's hard to get Truth on the show because he's not going to be in a singles match. But you could put him into like a multi-person tag match or something along those lines. If there was a ladder match for the Intercontinental, do you know what I mean? You could put him in there, couldn't you? Phoenix.
Phoenix, of the PPL that could go against Randy. Solo is one of the few that I would love to see take a punt kick.
Yeah. Yeah. Irish Sam. Here we go. Oh, is it going to read? There we go.
Down end so fast every week, especially when Punk told Heyman, that's not the favor. The bloody credits came up as opposed to seeing the reactions. Yalla ada mean.
Yada da mean. Yeah, I figured I had to say that now. Yada da mean. I think they wanted bombshell. That's not the favor. Huh? End. I think that's what they were going for, rather than that's not the favor and then cut to a load of people's faces and then end. So, I don't know. They could have done it different. They could have done it a bit different. I don't know that we needed anything extra this week, though.
Austin. If Jey and Cena win, it's like, okay, we expected that. If Gunther and Cody win, it's not a huge shock. I don't know. I'm nervous this WM is going to be a dud.
I would say try and be glass half full. Try and be glass half full. Guys, try and be a little bit more like George. Because George lives life in a very low way. Comes in, fires in a very kind, I mean, you know, historically kind super chat, and then just goes. Do you know what I mean? Just goes. Just try and be that free. Don't worry, don't get bogged down so much. Don't, you know, oh my God, this is a big drama. Don't worry about it. Yeah, be like George. Steal your parents' credit cards. Spend the money. Don't worry about it, yeah? That's how I'm going to live my life. More like George. George, I don't know if you're still around or maybe you're asleep because it's school tomorrow, but I do want to say a big thank you. It would have been lovely to have heard from George, even just once, even just ever again. It would have been lovely. I live in hope that George will show up at some point. Maybe at WrestleMania, we'll get to hear from George. I would like that. I'd like to know kind of what George is thinking and, you know, all of that. But instead, live, laugh, love. That's George's motto. That's always been George's motto, in all fairness. That has always been George's motto. Live, laugh, and love. And really, there's nothing else that we need to focus on. Yeah, so be more like George.
Opilas Travels. Hey days, I was going to get Cody's neck tattooed on my penis, but the tattoo artist said they don't have enough ink due to how gigantic my penis is.
Oh, really? You're packing, are you, Opala? I have heard that about Opala, actually. I have heard that about you. Run out of ink, did they? We don't have needles big enough. Yeah. Honestly, not the problem that I encountered. They just asked me to leave. I think part of the problem was I went in with my penis already out. And there's probably like a process that you have to go through. I just got a bit overexcited. So we had very different experiences, you and me, Opala. Very different experiences.
Austin. George trying to figure out how to get $396 back.
Yes. I think what happened is George actually passed out. And 3 hours later has still not come back around.
Spartan Major 619. Days, I think I know why George disappeared.
Okay.
It was actually the Goat King Yeti. but he forgot to switch YouTube accounts and accidentally donated using the wrong account.
Oh.
And then just ran with it.
Oh, that's your theory. Well, King Yeti is very supportive. I mean, not as supportive as George. George is obviously our favourite. But, yeah, he's obviously very supportive still. I would say second most supportive. But, you know, it's fine. I mean, like, to be a runner-up to George, there's no issue there. Maybe you're right, though. Perhaps they are one and the same. Perhaps it's King George Yeti. Think about that.
Uncle Revel. I like you, Days, but not as much as George. No offense.
No, I mean, no one likes me as much as George. I've just got a message from my parents saying the exact same thing. So... here's King Yeti.
King Yeti 1NM0. Few days, I'm going to F you up and wash your dirty mouth out, you little witch.
King Yeti? What? It was only a joke, King Yeti. Oh my god. King Yeti. Sure. It's all getting a little bit serious right now, isn't it, eh? I would just like to say that I really appreciate King Yeti. I was only joking. I think that you are very special as well. Yeah. Do you know what? If anything, George is maybe second to King Yeti. Yeah? How about that? Yeah, all right, King Yeti. Maybe you didn't say those exact words and maybe I wrote them, but just go with it. Yeah? Go with it. Okay, sometimes what you hear is not what people write, yeah? It's all part of the experience, right? So, anyway, I'm going to go because I need to do Unseen and there's other things, right? I need to get a private investigator so that we can figure out who George is and try and track this person down so that I can feel better about myself to find out that they don't go to kindergarten. So, thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it as always. Obviously, the WrestleMania predictions video drops tomorrow. It will be premiering. I won't be here for that because I'll be asleep. Just being honest. So don't expect me in the chat. But that video will premiere tomorrow and we'll be back tomorrow night with UFC. So I'm going to off and do Unseen and do the opinions video and everything. Let me end this poll. So that we've got all of this, 61, 23, 11 and 3. Okay, yeah, not a brilliant night for in-ring, but it was what it was. It was fine. It was passable. It was watchable. And now that's it. WrestleMania week awaits. So, yeah, have a great evening. Thanks a lot for watching, especially you, George, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.